belong in school. Calm, inclusive classrooms that welcome children with different needs, guarded by high standards for behaviour and attendance. Schools building deep and meaningful partnerships with parents, inviting them in to see how their child can achieve and thrive. We'll establish minimum expectations for home-to-school partnerships, making clear what families can expect from schools and what schools can expect of families. Excellent support staff, teachers and school leaders can transform children's lives. But too many incredible young women in particular are still leaving the profession. So I'm putting an end to a quarter century of standstill and boosting maternity pay. And I want to spread the excellence of our wonderful staff. So we'll put purposeful collaboration at the heart of our education system. Strong school trusts are vital, sharing what works and driving improvement. So all schools will move towards forming or joining a high-quality trust, and will empower local authorities and partnerships to establish trusts too. We'll work with the sector through this significant change, and we'll set high expectations through new trust standards and introduce trust inspection by Ofsted. Madam Deputy Speaker, we in this House have a responsibility to look beyond the here and now. A duty not just to run the country of today, but to shape the society of tomorrow. And members will agree that in Britain, background should be no barrier. Success should be open to all. Talent, invention and hard work should matter more than class and connection. That stronger, fairer Britain is possible. But to make it true in our country, first we have to make it true in our schools. True for the little boys and girls now sitting in our classrooms, who can become the thoughtful and engaged citizens to take us towards the 22nd century. For them, we must come together now, today, and build a Britain of opportunity for all. And I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary of State Laura Trott.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Right Honourable Lady for advance sight of her statement and to her officials and advisers for briefing me over the weekend. I pay tribute to those who pulled together the 300 pages of document, which I will now attempt to scrutinise in the 5 minutes that I have available to me today. To turn firstly to SEND. The principle of more support in schools, evidence-led packages and early intervention and more speech and language therapists are welcome. But despite the 300 pages, there is still much that we do not know. We don't know exactly how children will qualify for an EHCP in the future. There is no clear eligibility criteria for so-called specialist provision set out. There will be around 7 packages of support when you get an EHCP, but we are not told what these packages of support are, how you qualify for them, or how much money will be associated with each. It makes it quite difficult to judge how effective this new system will be, let alone legislate for it. Many questions also spring from the individual support plans or ISPs, which will take place in schools. It's not clear from the document what will trigger an ISP, nor the funding that will be associated with it. Generally, at the moment, schools have to cover the first £6,000 of support before an EHCP is triggered. What will the new threshold be for schools to cover? And further, on funding, I note the £1.6 billion pot for inclusive mainstream provision over 3 years. This equates to £24,000 per year per school if divided evenly across every school in England. That's nowhere near enough for the extra work that schools are going to have to cover to write individual tailored ISPs for every SEND child. This is a mammoth burden to place on schools, one that I don't necessarily think is misplaced, but £24,000 a year is not enough to help them manage it. It's not a recipe for inclusion, it's a recipe for disaster. Can the Education Secretary tell schools what additional funding will be available to help them hire extra SENCO support to help them deal with these pressures? The workforce plan for 6,500 teachers, which incidentally will not deliver 6,500 more teachers, unbelievably also says nothing about special educational needs provision within the workforce. Perhaps because it's trying to ignore primary schools altogether. And on wider funding, the government still has not said how the £6 billion black hole on SEND funding identified the OBR will be filled. The latest I read today in the FT is that this is going to come from councils. Would the Right Honourable Lady care to confirm? And the funding pots announced today, is this new money or is it coming from the department's existing overall budget? Has the DfE's budget expanded beyond what was set out of the spending review on the budget, and if so, by how much? And will these reforms save money, and over what time period? And lastly, on SEND, ministers have repeatedly failed over the weekend to give clarity on reassessments. So I will give the Right Honourable Lady one more opportunity. Will she rule out that any child who currently has an EHCP will have it removed? Yes or no? Yeah. Now, turning to the wider school white paper, we have the absurdity, Madam Deputy Speaker, of a white paper that says that trusts will be the main driver of system-led improvement. But in the schools bill, the department are proposing to take away the academy order where underperforming schools are taken over by trusts. Either trusts are a driver for improvement of schools or they aren't. I think they very much are. And it seems the Education Secretary now agrees. So I ask the Education Secretary, with the zeal of a convert, will she disavow her earlier sins and reinstate the academy order? Yeah. And on that theme, the white paper says our best school trusts innovate and drive excellence in standards. Well, they used to be able to, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the schools bill takes away their ability to innovate on the curriculum, who they employ, the terms and conditions of employment, and even on uniform. Again, I'm delighted by this turnaround from the Education Secretary, but I ask that this is reflected in the actual legislation that the Education Secretary is putting through the House. I fundamentally disagree with the proposal in the white paper to emphasise inclusion where it comes to suspensions and exclusions. This is the wrong approach. If a pupil is behaving in a way which makes fellow pupils or a teacher unsafe, it is utterly wrong to hesitate to exclude because of inclusion. We have seen in tragic cases of Harvey Wilgos, when pressure is put on schools not to exclude, how wrong it can go. We must not make the same mistake again. There is much more to cover, Madam Deputy Speaker, on funding reform, admission codes, and work I would actually praise, for example, on maternity pay, but I dare not risk your wrath. So I will close by saying that we support the principle of reform, but there is precious little clarity for SEND parents today.
To state.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll seek to respond to the Right Honourable Lady's questions. I welcome the broadly constructive approach that she has taken, but it would be remiss of me not to point out that so many of the problems that we're dealing with today were left behind by the party opposite. And an ounce of humility, an ounce of contrition or understanding as to how we got here today, I think would really enlighten our understanding of what we need to do to make change happen. As I said in my statement, I do recognise that the intentions behind the 2014 reforms were good intentions, but it became very clear very quickly that problems were developing within that system. And she asks about council deficits, she asks about the challenge. That became pretty clear pretty quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it was in 2019 that the Conservatives brought in the statutory override because it was clear that councils were struggling with the increasing demands that they were facing. But that didn't just happen in isolation. It happened because of the period between 2010 and 2019. Family support services were stripped away. Sure Start centres closed, early help went, children were left to struggle, and we stored up problems for the future. And that is part of the reason that we continue to see escalating need in our school system, because of the failure to identify and support children sooner. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we put that right. We address the challenges that children and families face at the earliest possible point. We don't wait until years down the line when things have reached crisis point. That's as true in our schools as it is in children's social care. And it's why also, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will take action to clamp down on the massive expansion we have seen in private equity-backed, independent specialist provision that is sucking money out of our education system into profit when this should be focused on outcomes for children. The Right Honourable Lady asks about specialist provision packages. We have published a document setting out the shape and nature of those packages. I intend to appoint an expert panel with clinical and education expertise to shape those packages to make sure that we have clear national standards, not a postcode lottery, as we have seen in the past. And on individual support plans, our intention is that they will be easy to use, digital, and can move between different settings. Many settings will already do this, but we want the consistency that comes with having one system. And Ofsted will also look carefully at how settings are using ISPs in order to judge effective inclusion. She asks whether this is about saving money and what the time period is, and she asks about the OBR's projections. I should say that the figure quoted by the OBR was a projection based on an unreformed system. We are reforming the system. We are investing upfront to deliver reform. This is not about cutting costs or saving money or arbitrary targets or reducing numbers. This is about better support and better outcomes for children. The way in which she framed her point about inclusion was fundamentally wrong and misjudged. Of course, schools should take action when violent incidents take place, but that is not the same thing as making sure that schools are catering to children with special educational needs and disabilities, and there is a need for caution in how we approach this point. Where it comes to the transition to the new system, this will be a careful and a phased transition over the course of the decade, and it will not be until 2030 at the earliest that the new system will be fully operational. We are taking the time to manage this, to get it right as children move from one system to the next system. Very finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady asks about the role for trusts. She asks about the government's approach. It was the last Labour government that introduced academies to drive up standards in our most disadvantaged communities. But I see no conflict at all between the approach that we are taking and insisting that children should be taught by qualified teachers and that their parents should be confident that the national curriculum is being followed. It was the Conservatives that first introduced the national curriculum. They were right to do so then, and we still back that now. But I do think it is right that parents should expect a qualified teacher, and they shouldn't expect to be paying the earth where it comes to school uniform. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a conversation I have no doubt will continue in the weeks and months ahead. I relish the opportunity to set out this government's ambition for every child in our country. This is a golden opportunity to shape our school system to deliver better, earlier and more timely support for children that have been let down for too long, and this Labour government will turn it around.
Member of the House, Diane Abbott.
The Secretary of State will be aware how traumatic it is to grow up and support a child with special educational needs. She will also be aware that disproportionate numbers of those children come from marginalised communities. And she will be aware the anxiety of these parents now that these reforms will not mean in the long run that children will lose access to support that they are legally entitled to now. The Secretary of State has said that she wants to reform the SEND system once and for all. But you can't reform it without the work and the support staff. Just recently, a London borough has seen a third of its staff resign. How can she assure the House that, as well as her aspirations, which we will share, she will make sure that the staff are there, that are paid, that do not have the pressures they currently have to deliver on her hopes?
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. She is right to identify that far too many groups within our country, marginalised communities, are let down by a system that forces parents to fight. The intention of what we're setting out today is to make it easier for parents and easier for children to get early support and better support without having to go through a legal bureaucratic process that sadly sometimes parents who don't have resource are not able to take part in. The Children's Commissioner is also going to consider those questions of disproportionality and will continue to give us oversight of the system as we make that transition. And I do recognise the point that she raises around the need to support staff, both recruiting and retaining staff. But this is not simply what we're setting out today around the Schools White Paper and SEND. It is part of our wider approach on children's social care, on investing in early help and family prevention, and of course our action on child poverty that will make a huge and material difference to the life chances of children.
Liberal Democrat leader Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of her statement. And I declare an interest as my son has an EHCP. It's critical to John's education and our whole family's well-being. And that's why, like so many families, we've been dreading today. We all know the crisis in SEND must end. The fights, the exhaustion, the underfunding, the private profiteering, all must change. And that's why the Conservative failure to apologise for the crisis really angered me and will have infuriated families across the country. But as we fix this crisis, children's rights must not be stripped away. So as we consider her proposals seriously, we'll continue to listen to and champion all the families whose lives could be impacted profoundly. Let me start with 3 questions. First, early intervention. This is critical for improving children's lives and for making the whole system affordable. And I worry these modest changes won't shift the dial. Will she consider investing in universal screening and then active support for the child and their family earlier on? Second, on the plans for EHCPs. Speaking both for my family and many others like mine, it's hard to believe the range and complexity of needs and disability can be captured in a small number of pre-defined EHCP packages. So can the Secretary of State guarantee her changes mean the voices of parents, the real experts on their children, will at long last be heard when decisions are made? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on changing the pupil premium, devised, championed and introduced by this party, will the Secretary of State give a clear commitment that no individual child, wherever they live, will see their pupil premium funding reduced? And will she instead boost the pupil premium to put right the cuts and betrayals of the Conservative Party?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. I know he cares very deeply about this as a parent as well as a politician, and I'm grateful to the approach that he has taken, and I look forward to working with him and his party in the weeks and months to come. I think we share a commitment to wanting to make sure that as we move from one system, which we all can agree is not working, that the move to a better system is done in a careful and phased way, and yes, where the voices of parents are heard right throughout that process. He asks about early support, Madam Deputy Speaker. I completely agree, and that's why we're investing £1 billion in rolling out Best Start family hubs, why we're also expanding early years education, school-based nurseries, and investing in local authorities' ability to develop early help. And that's why colleagues will note through the material that we've published, we continue to see an increase in EHCPs in the years to come before we start to see a plateauing and then a reduction. And the reason for that is that we want to do this in a managed way. I would hope that we could reduce that more quickly, not for any arbitrary reason, not because we're chasing a number, but because we should be supporting children much earlier. The evidence of Sure Start was clear that if we step in earlier and support families, we reduce the need for SEND support later on in school. But that's because we've met that need more quickly, especially in areas like speech and language support. I understand the point he makes around transition and education, health and care plans. And we've already set out some detail as to specialist provision packages. They will be shaped by an expert panel, independent of government. We will put that on statute, and there will be clear national accountability and national standards to move away from the postcode lottery that we've seen in recent times. I know he is also interested in how we can ensure that cases of high need and low incidence are also addressed through regional models. That is something that we've committed to considering through the consultation. And the voices of parents will be heard as we move this forward. We have launched our consultation that will run for 12 weeks. There will be events the length and breadth of the country for parents to take part in that conversation. I would urge parents, health staff, education staff and others to share their views on what we have published and make sure that we are getting this right. On the pupil premium and on the targeting of disadvantaged funding, what I'm keen to address is the fact that free school meals as a measure is quite a blunt way to assess disadvantage within a family. And what we know is that children who are on free school meals or face persistent disadvantage and persistent poverty right throughout their school career are far more likely to have bad outcomes at the end than children who spent a period of time in poverty. So I do think we need to have a more nuanced approach to how we can better target resource to better improve outcomes for children. But we will be consulting on that, and I look forward to discussing it with him further.
Select Committee Chair Helen Hayes.
I welcome the publication of the Schools White Paper, the clear statement of intent from the Government on narrowing the attainment gap and consultation on SEND reform today. I appreciate the time the Government has taken to listen to parents, carers and children and young people across the country who are being failed by the current SEND system in preparing these reforms. And I am encouraged to see many of the priorities identified by the Education Select Committee in our report, Solving the SEND Crisis, in the consultation paper, including early identification of need, reform of mainstream provision and strengthened accountability. The Secretary of State knows that it is impossible to overstate the anxiety of parents and carers who have been failed by the current system about what reform will mean for them, and that rebuilding their trust must be central to the Government's approach. Parents and carers are particularly anxious about the requirement in the proposals for a child with an education, health and care plan to be reassessed at the end of their current stage of education. So can I ask the Secretary of State what assurance she can give to those parents who are worried about this change, that reassessment will not mean loss of support, that their views will be listened to during the 12-week consultation period, and that the Government remains flexible to respond to the feedback that is received?
I'm grateful to the Chair of the Select Committee and grateful to her and the whole committee for the very serious report and work that they have done, and she will see reflected in what we're setting out today that the work that they have undertaken has shaped our approach, and I'm grateful to the committee and all of the members of it for their support in this. I completely recognise what she says around the anxiety and worry of parents. I mean, I've spoken to parents the length and breadth of the country about the fights they've had to go through, how tough it has been to secure the support that their children need. And I also want to thank and pay tribute to our SEND Development Group, who've worked so closely with us to make sure that parents' voices, carers' voices and the voices of children and those delivering services have been heard as we shape our reforms. We do want to do this carefully. This is a decade-long process and a decade-long transition that we are embarking upon. And from now until the commencement of legislation in 2029, the current system, with all of its existing duties and rights, will continue. And after this, and only after this, will we begin to move children through our new system of support. Of course, she will recognise that children should be assessed annually through the EHCP process. Frequently that doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen well. But our intention is to deliver better and expanded support more quickly for a wider group of children, and to manage this carefully, and the commitment that all children in specialist provision within EHCP will be able to remain within specialist provision unless their parents take the decision to move. I do recognise the wider point about transition, especially in post-16, and that is an area we also want to continue to work with colleges and providers on to make sure the smoothest move for children, which has been an area that I know she's taken great interest in and has been flagged to us as a real concern.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Right Honourable Lady, I welcome obviously her ambition in all of this, but where in all of this does she retain, or will she retain, the power to do something about councils that simply fail completely? An Ofsted report of my local council referred to them as disjointed, weak coordination, limited accountability, services falling short, parents being ignored, EHCPs never being granted when they should be. This is the reality for many of the parents that I meet who are petrified. So an assurance about what can be done about local councils' failure, but also, as she speaks about EHCPs now, I've talked to parents recently and they are very worried, very, very worried, who struggle to try and get an EHCP, are worried now that somehow they won't get that or they will lose it. Could she reassure them that that will not happen?
So on EHCPs, that transition will, in terms of phase review, will take place in 29-30 for commencement in the academic year starting 2030. So the children to whom that would apply are currently in year 2. So in the time that we have available to us now, we will build up the system. It will be transformed from where we are now with the new investment that I've set out. And this is genuinely new money and new investment that will make a huge difference. And there will be more support like an EHCP available without the fight for an EHCP. We used to have a system that delivered more of that. It was pulled away, and we need to make it much more central to the work of schools. He is right to raise the question about the responsibilities of local authorities. And whilst we have acted together with colleagues across government to address the long-standing deficits that have accrued over many years that councils have built up, and committed to writing down 90% of that, I should just say to local authorities that will only happen, and that money, that write-down will only follow if they produce SEND plans that will deliver the places, deliver the accountability, and deliver the support for children. We will not tolerate failure. I will not tolerate failure.
Much shorter questions, please. Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've spoken to countless parents of SEND children in my constituency who have described the constant fight to get support for their children, constantly having to battle to get a piece of paper that sets out rights that they then cannot even access because the support has not been there. Could the Secretary of State set out what this new system will mean for the day-to-day lives of children and their parents, and how we can rebuild trust after so many have been let down for so long?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend who I know really has championed this cause locally and is doing a huge amount to make sure that his constituents get the best possible education and care for their children. The principal difference here is that support will come earlier, more quickly, and families won't have to fight so hard to get what they need. Children won't need a statutory plan, they won't need an EHCP to receive targeted support. And this support will be designed with parents through individual support plans and with extra investment going in. The investment that I've announced today alone is an extra £4 billion. That will make a huge difference to families across the country.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the greatest frustrations parents of children with special educational needs in Hertsborough and across the country feel is understanding what is going on in relation to their children. What reassurance can she give parents that in particular councils will be required to keep parents up to date with what's happening with their children, and moreover what provision they will have prior to the final outcome, whether it's the EHCP or a specialist school?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard that in relation to lots of councils in lots of parts of the country. It is clear that there is a wider problem that arose out of the 2014 reforms and what that asked of councils. But it's also clear that there is huge variation between councils. Some councils that are doing this incredibly well, that have invested, that have created the places that are needed and make assessments happen quickly and work well with parents. It is also very clear to me that there are councils who are doing this badly and poorly, and I would say to those councils that there'll be no excuses for failure with the extra investment that's coming.
Mark Stewart.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a teacher and now an MP, I know just how broken our current SEND system is. Many parents are deeply scarred by their fights with the current system, and so will understandably treat any reforms with scepticism, no matter our intention. So I absolutely welcome the introduction of individual support plans alongside EHCPs to ensure students get the support they deserve. But what assurances can the Secretary of State give parents that we will genuinely enforce their legal right to an education with these new plans?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through the plans that we're setting out today, we will be expanding legal rights for children. More children will be able to benefit from targeted support than is the case at the moment. But I also want to make clear that every child should have the right to go to a great local mainstream school. It cannot be, we cannot continue to allow for the situation where many children are sent far from home, away from their friends, and aren't fully established within their communities. We know the damage that causes later on in life. And whilst I do recognise the real worry and anxiety that parents have, that the system isn't working but change is difficult and needs to be managed properly, I would encourage those parents to review the consultation, to see what we have set out and to continue to work with us and to respond to that consultation to make sure their voices are heard.
Julian Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the section on training in the SEND consultation, but much of that training is not put on a statutory basis. Could she confirm her thinking on that? And could she also confirm that autism and profiles of autism, such as PDA, will be at the centre of that training?
State.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know my right honourable friend takes a real interest in this area and has long campaign for further training and support for staff. Of course, one of the areas where we've seen some of the greatest expansion in need is around autism, and it is right that we better equip our teachers and our staff with what they need to support children. There will be a new requirement set out in the SEND Code of Practice for all settings to ensure that staff receive training on SEND and inclusion. We will embed that expectation across early years, schools and colleges, and we're investing the money to make sure that that can happen.
Hi, Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement today by the Secretary of State. In my own constituency of Hall Green and Moseley, many parents are frustrated with the system, with the current system, the way it's broken. It's not fit for purpose and it does not meet the needs of children. Will the Secretary of State let us know the details about the complex cases, because what we don't want is that to be at the cost of the care and the need that children need. And secondly, those that do end up in the tribunal, that the tribunals will be properly funded so there's no lengthy delays like currently of over 12 months.
Thanks.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've heard from conversations with parents, with campaigners and others, the importance of making sure that there is strong accountability and redress so that when things go wrong, parents are able to have that put right. That's why we will be retaining a role for the tribunal in the new system. And it's also why we are setting out our intention to ensure that more children with complex needs can be assessed more quickly. Often children born with life-limiting conditions or very complex needs. Their parents spend months and years, even when it can be the case that the child may not even have very long to live. We have to bring that to an end. We have to make sure that children with complex needs get the support made available to them much more quickly. And through the consultation, we intend to do that.
Manuela Patigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prioritising early years intervention is fundamental to stop needs from escalating and affecting the entire educational journeys of children. So what concrete steps will the government take to invest, for example, as we heard, in universal screening programs or high-quality specialist training for all staff, or even for each school to have access to speech and language therapists, so that support is given at point of need?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are massively expanding investment in the early years, and staff in early years will be part of that training requirement, and we will make sure they have the resources to do that. But I also agree that access to speech and language provision is one of the greatest issues that has been identified. That's why the funding that we're putting in, the £1.8 billion of extra investment, will allow schools to work with local authorities, with ICBs, to deliver more speech and language support directly into schools without parents having to go through that fight for an EHCP in order to secure provision.
Rena Brackenridge.
Madam Deputy Speaker, those who work in education, as I did, will know of the creaking bureaucratic SEND system that too often puts specialists behind paperwork rather than directly benefiting children more directly. Can the Secretary of State explain how her SEND reforms will put children's needs first and give schools access to specialists like speech and language therapists, education psychologists when needed, and not after some awful adversarial process?
Thanks.
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. I've heard time and again from educational psychologists, from SENCOs, from speech and language therapists, that they spent all of that time training to work with children to deliver better support and to drive up standards across a setting. But they find themselves sat at a desk, sending emails, filling out forms. I want those amazing and talented professionals to be working with children, delivering change, and the move to a more flexible system away from that bureaucracy, away from that fight, will free up a lot of the time for those amazing people to do that work.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SEND system needs urgent and serious reform. Families I speak to in Broxbourne have been battling against an unfair funding formula that sees pupils get thousands of pounds less than elsewhere in the country. Can the Secretary of State reassure me and my constituents that historic demand will no longer be a factor in allocating funding, so that the system is truly fair for every child?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be consulting on the national funding formula and on whether we will make changes there. But I would say this change is urgent, it's much needed, and it falls to this Labour government to deliver.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every MP in the House will have had parents come together to explain the difficulties they're facing with regards to accessing support for their children. They're on their knees, they're desperate, they're distraught. It's adversarial and quite often results in a negative result at the end of the day. Can my right honourable friend advise me and reassure this House that any new system that's set up will be quick, easy, accessible and less adversarial?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is exactly our intention. I know that parents have fought really hard and will continue to fight really hard to get the support that their children need. But I also know that there are lots of families in our country that don't have the fight in them because of poverty, because of disadvantage, because they are marginalised. And what those families need is early and timely support that doesn't require them to hire a lawyer, doesn't require them to go to a tribunal, and that is exactly what we will deliver.
Caroline Bowden.
Speaker, I applaud the government's attempt to increase mainstream inclusion with SEND and welcome the £1.8 billion set aside for children to have access to experts. But there's absolutely no mention, as far as I can see in the white paper, of any new funding for increasing the number of teaching assistants who will be vital in delivering this expansion of mainstream provision. So can the Secretary of State explain how the government will achieve its aim of making mainstream schools more inclusive for students with SEND without a serious uplift in the number of assistants supporting classroom teachers?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are already investing much more into our schools. What we're setting out today is the additional new investment, including £1.6 billion, that will allow schools to consider how best they can meet need. And they will, of course, consider how best to deploy teaching assistant support, one-to-one interventions, small group interventions and teaching support too. I would also say, through the consultation, we are considering how better we can support the SENCOs within our system to drive expertise and change across a setting, because, again, some of our best and most talented SEND staff are spending too much time sat in offices when they should be working directly with teaching assistants and others in order to make improvements for all children across their school.
Darren Paffy.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for a statement that doesn't just try to fix the cracks, the deep cracks that have embedded in this broken system over recent years, but sets out a wholesale vision for transforming it.
Absolutely.
This will be long overdue and much needed by parents, students and teachers, but what my right honourable friend will know that while the system is on its knees, there is a lot of good practice already out there. So can she confirm how she will harness the best that we've seen in our schools, including in Southampton, to make sure that this gets the earliest and fullest support for our children?
State.
I agree very strongly with my honourable friend, and like him, I've seen some fantastic practice that works incredibly well. It's not just that sometimes it can be variable, and we'll make sure that there are clear quality standards around more specialist provision in mainstream, and Ofsted will inspect against that. But also just the nature in terms of the amount of provision that's available can also vary hugely across an area. That's why I've set out our expectation that every secondary school will have an inclusion base, and we will have a similar number of inclusion bases in local primary schools. That's so that everyone comes together and does what is necessary to deliver a fully inclusive mainstream system that better caters for children with complex needs, with special needs, but also working together with the specialist sector to deliver that.
We are under huge time pressure. There's another statement and then 2 items of protected business. Not everybody is going to get in. Please keep questions short and answers just as short, Secretary of State. Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I do welcome the ambition here to look again at the funding formula, which so disadvantages children in my constituency, and also the additional provision for children with SEND in mainstream settings. But for many children, that isn't appropriate, and they do need a specialist setting. And one of the biggest problems I have locally is a lack of places in our special schools. So in places like Bridlington, where we have a plan for a new 120-place school, which was approved in May 2024, can we ensure that officials in her department work with my local authority to get that school built at the earliest possible opportunity?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing more in specialist provision, including specialist provision in mainstream, and we've set out £3.7 billion of capital investment to make that happen. But I'd be more than happy to make sure that the honourable gentleman has a meeting with officials or with the Minister to discuss the case further.
On Trickett.
I today heard from one of my constituents struggling, in agony almost, with trying to get proper recognition of his children's needs. When can he and everybody else expect to see results from the Secretary of State's announcement? And on the attainment gap, will she look particularly at the coalfield communities? For example, in my constituency, the least deprived, 50% or more, are achieving the targets for GCSEs, but the least deprived, less than a quarter. It's totally unacceptable.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as a fellow Caulfields MP, I'd be more than happy to do that. And I recognise what my honourable friend says about the challenges that families are currently facing. And my message to parents is that whilst we want to ensure a phased and careful transition from the system that we have to the better system that I do believe is possible, we will be investing now from this year, investing in the capital, in the people, in the training, to make that system work better, far more quickly, alongside that bigger change.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by drawing attention to my register of interest? I think for my constituents in Reigate, Redhill, Banstead and our villages, the key concern I hear from parents and carers is that they've been fighting for years to get support, or they're still fighting now to get that support. Can the Education Secretary reassure my constituents that they won't lose this hard-fought for support that they're entitled to?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be expanding and improving support for more children in our system with greater legal rights for a greater number of children, and making sure that when parents need that support, when children are struggling, we don't wait for arbitrary, lengthy bureaucratic processes, we get on and deliver it.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was grateful to the Secretary of State for coming to my constituency and meeting with some SEND parents in Swaddling Coat. They felt heard. So I just want to say thank you for the way that she is delivering this white paper, but and that it's not just a case of here you go, this is what we're going to do to you, which is what these people have been used to for so long, but actually we want to hear from you. So I will be having a consultation meeting with my constituents where I'll be very much interested in hearing what they've got to say.
Kate.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and to every member across this House, both on these benches and across the House, for the contributions that they have shared around the experiences of their families and their constituents. Their voices have been heard loud and clear through this process. We have taken the time to ensure that the reforms that we are setting out are the right ones and reflect parents' views. But we are, of course, continuing that consultation. I look forward to my honourable friend sharing further thoughts from her constituents.
Josh Babarinde.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of schools across the country have received cash under the school rebuilding programme, including Cavendish School, my old school, in Eastbourne. Some of them received that cash some time ago, put their plans in place some time ago, but now their obligations and their responsibilities are going to change and increase. So what steps will the Secretary of State take to support those schools, to adjust those plans if needed, and what permissions will she allow them to do just that?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've set out our education estate strategy, which is about ensuring that all schools are inclusive by design, and that when we are building new schools or significantly refurbishing new schools, we make sure that inclusion is right at the heart and that we are building schools to last. And if the honourable gentleman would like to share further information, I'd be happy to look into it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a former teacher, which I obviously very rarely mention, can I emphasise enough how much hope this white paper gives me? The reality is residents in my constituency of Harlow who got EHCPs found they weren't worth the paper they were written on, with schools actually unable to provide the so-called legal requirements they were supposed to provide. So can the Secretary of State detail a little bit more how these reforms will benefit parents and children in my constituency of Harlow who have battled a broken system for too long?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our intention is that parents in Harlow and across the country don't have the same fight that they have had for far too long. That when a need is identified, where a child is struggling or extra support is required, that our schools have the resources and the expertise to put that in place straight away without the need for parents to go anywhere near a tribunal.
Alison Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my Bognor Regis and Littlehampton constituency and across West Sussex, the number of EHCPs has risen by 75% since 2019, but the funding to support that only by 37%. Can the Secretary of State give reassurance to parents that the correct funding, not just £24,000 per school, will be in place to support this?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are investing more in support for children. The extra £4 billion I've announced today, alongside funding that has already gone into the high needs block and other funding that's gone into schools. What I would say on EHCPs is that part of the reason I believe we have seen such a big increase in the number is, yes, of course, down to need, and we face growing need. We see that internationally. But EHCPs have become the only vehicle for lots of parents to get the support their children need. That's part of the reason we see such a sharp increase. And that's why we need to rebalance the system so that we address need, identify need and put in place support quickly before needs escalate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many constituents have spoken to me about their absolute despair about the SEND system, and it was their feedback, along with schools, SENCOs and professional organisations, which helped me produce my report, Better SEND Support for Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villages, which the Minister kindly took a copy of, and I know has fed into this. I'm particularly pleased and welcome the aspect of early intervention, the increase in that. Could the Minister speak a little bit more about how they intend to implement that in towns like Stafford?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for sharing the views of her constituents and for professionals across her constituency as we brought forward this work. For example, through our Best Start family hubs that we're rolling out across the country, we will make sure that there is a SEND trained professional in every setting. The reason we do that is that the evidence is so clear that if we identify needs sooner, we prevent problems from escalating. The evidence was clear when the Sure Start programme was in operation, and what that demonstrated was that if we meet needs when children are young, if we back families and we put in place that support, we reduce the need and the crisis level intervention that sadly we see further down the line.
Mike Martin.
On the white paper. She clearly cares about this, which bodes well for the outcome. For too long, the costs of SEND support have fallen on local authorities, and that's had a knock-on effect on other services as they provide, like libraries and roads. It now seems, if I'm reading this right, that much of that cost will come back to the DfE. So what does that mean for local authority budgets? Will they then be raided and brought across to the DfE, or will they be kept the same?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through what we've already set out around local government funding, we are putting in place support for councils to deal with the long-standing deficits that have accrued, but I do want to be absolutely clear that that support is conditional upon local authorities working with us to provide the places and deliver the clear systems of support that families all too often find are not there. But the wider pressures that we see will be met by government. We will do what we need to do, but alongside that we need both health and local authorities to play their part as well.
Mohammed Hussain.
Madam Deputy Speaker, parents, teachers and children recognise the need for SEND reform and stronger inclusion. But can the Secretary of State confirm that inclusion will not mean conformity? That children who do not meet the EHCP threshold will still receive full special support without a fight? That the fully funded workforce plan is in place to provide the expertise needed for every child to thrive, and a mechanism to appeal against the decision if parents want to do that?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will make sure that children get the support without the need for that to escalate. And it was also a pleasure to join my honourable friend at a family hub in his constituency and to see at first hand what can be achieved when we support children when they're young, when we back families and where we really invest in their futures.
Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker, schools right across my constituency already have inclusion bases, but there's already tension often between the schools and the parents who want better support through the EHCPs that they're having to wait for. So I was just wondering what the Secretary of State has been thinking around ensuring that those relationships between schools and parents remain strong and that we're inadvertently not pitting parents against teachers given this new role that schools are going to be playing.
I agree that it will be essential for schools and parents to work together, and government too. And the vision of the white paper is a system where we all honour our responsibilities as government, as schools and as parents to work together to deliver better outcomes for children. And we also set out clear expectations in the white paper about the engagement that schools should be undertaking with parents, but also parents' responsibilities to support their child's school, to do everything they can around attendance and in making sure that they're supporting their child's school in that approach, and that's something we'll continue.
Croft.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to declare an interest. I have the honour of being a parent to a disabled child who has an EHCP. I very much welcome the Secretary of State's statement today. It, I think, is a true reflection of the amount of engagement that her and her department have carried out with parents, with families, with children with SEND themselves and with the sector. A couple of points that I would welcome some clarity on. I welcome the move to make a much less adversarial system for parents and to actually allow parents to get on with the job of of being mum and dad. But I would welcome some clarity on where the kind of accountability is built into the system, particularly as related to individual support plans. I'd welcome some clarity as to whether accountability will be placed more on health authorities, who often have about a 50% onus of delivering certain services, but at the moment there is no statutory duty on them to do so. And I'd also welcome clarity on whether guidance around the reasonable adjustment framework in schools might be strengthened, and how parents can hold schools and settings accountable if they do not meet their duties under Equality Act framework.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for all of the time that she has taken to speak with me and with colleagues in the department to share her experiences as a parent, but also understanding the wider shift that we need to see. And she asks a number of detailed questions. I'll respond briefly, but I'm happy, of course, to discuss further. Through individual support plans, we do need to make sure that there is accountability around that, and through complaints panels, there will be an independent SEND professional as a part of that. Yes, absolutely, health authorities must play their full role alongside local authorities in delivering better support. She is right to identify the need for clarity around reasonable adjustments, what that means for schools, and we will be setting out further detail on that.
Suella Braverman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Currently, there are too many parents battling a system which is costly, bureaucratic and slow. But will the Secretary of State confirm that none of her changes announced today will help those parents currently in the system this year, currently in the system next year, or even the year after that? And what her changes do is create a decade of uncertainty.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no, she's wrong, and if she'd listened, she'd know she was wrong. But she wouldn't like to break the habits of a lifetime, I'm sure. She, of course, before asking any questions of this government, what we are doing, should consider the actions that she was responsible for as part of that government.
Tim Matters.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all declare my interest as my wife's a teacher? In her statement, the Secretary of State spoke about her desire for schools to be a welcoming environment for children. And that really matters because quite often when a school implies that it might not be the right setting for a child, that can be the start of multiple battles with the council, with the other schools, with the NHS, and every stage of that is the rejection for the child. So how can we ensure that we fix the system, that we also fix the culture as well?
My honourable friend is right, and this is about collaboration, not just between government and schools, but between schools and parents too. And some of the best examples that I've seen, including through our Partnership for Inclusion around neurodiversity in schools, our PINS programme, shows what can be achieved when parents work with schools to understand where children are struggling, to put in place changes, often quite small, practical changes at the start of the school day or during the school day that can make a huge difference both to a child's attendance, their belonging, and their outcomes in school. And I look forward to working with them further on this.
Ben Obsujecti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wasn't lost on me this morning that the Secretary of State announced the SEND White Paper in Peterborough, just down the road from my Huntingdon constituency, and therefore comes very much under Cambridgeshire County Council, who have a terrible record of delivering EHCPs. I've spoken to dozens of schools in my constituency and also hundreds of parents, and they are beside themselves at the length of time it's taking for Cambridgeshire County Council to deliver those EHCPs, not just within the 20 weeks statutory time frame, sometimes 20 months plus. So could she just reassure my constituents how these plans will immediately address those concerns around the delivery of EHCPs and make a real difference to those children who are waiting for those much needed plans?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this will be a careful and phased transition, but we will be putting more support in place from this year to allow children to access support more quickly than is the case right now, and we absolutely will be holding local authorities accountable for delivery.
Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend on securing the extra funding. But even with that, there will never be enough money to go round. So does she agree with me that getting decisions made by experts closer to our children in their communities is not only going to improve service, but will actually make sure we use those precious resources more wisely?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I agree with my honourable friend. I've heard time and again from parents that decisions are often made about children that haven't actually been seen recently by the professional who is making those decisions. That's why bringing more support closer to the child within school and much closer at home will make a huge difference in terms of the quality of the provision, as well as making sure it happens far more quickly.
Brown Fuller.
Deputy Speaker, in the government's white paper, it talks about having an expert teacher in every room, and that's certainly a problem in the profession, with 1 in 3 teachers leaving after 5 years of service. Chichester University has created a teacher training programme that embeds inclusivity at the root of every module rather than teaching it as a separate module. So would the Secretary of State please join me in Chichester to talk to the faculty that are leading this programme so that every child in this country can benefit from their sort of teaching?
Yeah. I'd certainly be interested in hearing more about the approach that's being taken, because we have made big strides forward in initial teacher training. The extra investment that we're putting in will support existing teachers and staff working in the profession, but there is more to do, and we are committed to continuing to review standards around initial teacher training, and I'd be very happy if the Honourable Lady would share some more details with me.
Janet Davey.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I thank the Secretary of State for her statement and for the white paper and for her team and all the hard work that's gone into it. In my previous profession as a children and families fostering social worker, one of the difficulties that foster carers had was the assessment of children with special educational needs. It often made the placement, their home, very vulnerable and sometimes caused a placement breakdown. I think it would be really helpful if the Secretary of State could say how she would measure success in this area for SEND children.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and of course she not only did that role in a former life, but through the work she did in the department, she has helped to shape what we're setting out today, and I'm grateful to her for her passion and her commitment and dedication to all children, especially those who have often been through the children's social care system and whose outcomes are often even worse than children with SEND, and where there is a clear overlap between those groups. My view as to what constitutes success is more children having support put in place more quickly and fundamentally better outcomes for those children. And that means better academic outcomes. It means better outcomes as they move out of education into adult life, as far as possible, able to live independent, fulfilling lives. And at the moment, sadly, what we see is that too many young people are denied that opportunity.
Ben Spencer.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly the system needs reform, but for many families who've managed to get through the system and get an EHCP, they'll be quite concerned by the announcements and the uncertainty today. I note that the government anticipates that by the end of this decade there'll be a reduction in those children receiving the highest need. Does she believe that's due to a reduction in their need or a reduction in provision?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I take my responsibilities incredibly seriously on this point to make sure that we don't unduly alarm parents and we set out the facts and the details. And what will happen between now and 2030 is that we anticipate, as things stand, the number of EHCPs will increase. It will then start to plateau and will start to reduce. We are not chasing an arbitrary reduction or an arbitrary number or a target. But I do hope that we can bring that number down more quickly through early support, not through shifting the system to get an outcome, but because we are meeting need more quickly. That's what parents want to see, and that's what I believe in.
Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Constituents of mine have told me that they do want to see mainstream schools ready to support their children, but they have also asked me to ask the Secretary of State about who will be defining complexity and how will that be defined, and how will local schools be held to account to make sure that they are providing exactly the right support for those children who do fit into that description of complexity.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I understand the point that my honourable friend raises, and I'm grateful to her. We will create a set of nationally consistent specialist provision packages underpinned by clear national standards, shaped by experts, defined by experts and put on statute, so that we bring an end to the postcode lottery and ensure consistency wherever you happen to be.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the ambition in this white paper, particularly on ensuring that younger people are supported earlier. It has to be the right aim that more young people can be supported within mainstream settings. So is the Secretary of State committed to understanding the reasons why there's been a big increase in the number of young people who can't be supported in mainstream school, including providing the funding and support to schools needed? And does she accept that at the same time there isn't currently enough capacity in the alternative provision for those young people for whom mainstream school is not working?
Speaker, there is complexity around this, and we do need to continue to understand the needs that we are seeing developing, and a failure to meet that sooner. That is a big part of the challenge. We have not, as a country, been meeting need as quickly as we should. I would also add that for too long we've treated the SEND system as an entirely separate part of the education system, not as central to our schools. That is the shift that we will bring, and that is how we will make sure that all of our schools better cater for a wider range of need.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I commend my right honourable friend for grasping this nettle. It's long overdue. But she will know as much as all of us know through our casework that diagnosis leads to a delay in getting an EHCP plan and a delay to parents being able to advocate on behalf of their children. Now, if we're going to see fewer children getting EHCP plans in the future, then how are we going to ensure that parents can act as advocates for their children right the way through their pathway?
Madam Deputy Speaker, EHCPs will retain an important role within the system, and diagnosis will remain important. But I know from many of the parents that I've spoken to, and I'm sure he has too, that sometimes diagnosis only confirms what is already known about the need that a child is displaying and the support that is required. So through the investment we're setting out, through the changes that we're bringing, we will make sure that diagnosis is not required to access the support that a child needs. And in many cases, if we put that support in place more quickly, we will prevent problems from escalating and help children to thrive.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
In April 2024, a much-needed SEND school at Bitham Park in Westbury, in my constituency, was given the green light by Wiltshire Council and by the DFE with a planned in-service date for later this year. The incoming Labour government put that on pause. Can the Minister say whether it is her intention to go ahead with that school in Westbury, and if so, provide a timeline?
We are putting in place significant extra investment at £3.7 billion of capital to deliver what's needed around specialist provision and making sure that local areas are able to deliver what's required. I'd be happy to look into the individual case that the right honourable gentleman raises and make sure he gets a full response.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bournemouth parents and teachers for shaping this plan. I can see their views within it. I particularly want to thank Andrew and Claire and their lovely son and his lovely grandparents. In Bournemouth, teachers have been calling out for national support. They've got that with £165 million of BCP Council's debt being paid off with the return of the new Sure Starts, with the £1.6 million promised for mainstream education, and now with £1.8 million for things like educational psychologists. Will the Secretary of State set out how quickly we will recruit and train those educational psychologists so we can get them into the system? Because if we support our school system, we help to fix our SEND system.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend and for making sure that his constituents' views have been right at the heart of the reform that we're bringing. We will be moving rapidly to invest more in recruiting more speech and language therapists, more educational psychologists, but we also need to retain more of those brilliant people who've worked so hard to train to support children, and freeing up their time, less on bureaucracy, more on working together with children, will lead to much more fulfilling careers for those amazing people too.
I'll pass.
Deputy Speaker, children with special educational needs, especially neurodiverse learners, thrive on creative subjects. But in the past decade, music, drama, art has been severely cut from the curriculum. How will this new white paper ensure that we broaden out the curriculum again to bring back the power of creative subjects?
I agree very strongly about the need for a curriculum that is both rich and broad, one that has a focus on both academic rigour but also on a wide range of opportunities, whether that is music, sport, art or drama. Through our response to the Curriculum Assessment Review, we set out our intentions to make that a reality for every child, and through the changes that we're making to Progress 8, we will allow all children greater choice alongside that academic rigour to find what's right for them.
Sojourn Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. From the consultation events I held with parents, carers and teachers, the message was clear. It is crucial that SEND support starts early. So I welcome what my right honourable friend has said on this. As these proposals move forward, will the Education Secretary ensure that those with lived experience of the system remain central to the government's reforms to help ensure that SEND support is more personalised to every child's needs?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is right about the importance of early years, and early years sits right at the heart of our reforms around early identification of need, working together with families. Whilst we have had our big national conversation on SEND, that is only the start of the ongoing dialogue we want to continue with parents to make sure that as we bring forward these changes, as we implement these changes, that they work for parents and we make sure that their voices and the voices of children and young people continue to be heard.
So Julie Lewis.
May I invite the Secretary of State to expand a bit on her vision of what happens at the end of a SEND child's education. She mentioned the idea of independence and presumably as well socialisation to advance in society. In what way will her department be trying to shape the course to enable children born with a disadvantage to function productively in the real world at the end of the process?
State.
He is right that transition to adulthood, making sure that our children, as they move through the school system into adult life, are well prepared for what comes next. Now, many further education colleges, many specialist settings already do that incredibly well, but it is variable. And we want to deliver higher standards and greater opportunities for young people, particularly those with SEND, around supported internships, around options for work placements, and making sure that they can live independent lives as far as is possible.
Blake.
Speaker. I should declare an interest as the chair of the APPG on SEND, and my partner is currently training to be a teacher. I want to thank the front bench for the way they've conducted this review. I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised by many of the things that I've personally raised and people from my constituency have raised with me, seeing it in policies in here. I do just want to ask how we're going to make sure that the 7 packages or whatever that are set nationally do include the voice of lived experience, especially young people themselves, and how that process will be developed.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and it's been a real pleasure to work with her as we've brought forward these reforms. Through the specialist provision packages that we're setting out, they will be nationally set, led by experts, independent of government, with both health and education expertise, but we will make sure that the voices of children and young people, parents and campaigners are heard and understood as we develop those packages.
Deputy Speaker, I really welcome the language around belonging, especially as a SEND parent whose child told me once, "They don't want me here, Mum, do they?" before he was put out to specialist provision. But you can't have a broader, more inclusive curriculum if schools are facing cuts. And 2 of my schools, QE and Corfe Hills, are facing cuts of £700,000 or £800,000 next year. One cutting subjects, the other is slashing TAs and support staff, while the Trust is charging £750,000 to that school for central support. So what can the Secretary of State do to ensure more money reaches the teachers and the children and isn't being eaten up by the executives in trusts?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we've set out our intention to introduce inspection of trusts at trust level, and alongside that, renewed trust standards to make sure that all trusts are doing the best by children within their care. But I'm sure my honourable friend will be happy to discuss further the individual issues that the honourable lady raises.
Claire Hazelgrove.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'll start by declaring an interest, both as a member of the APPG on SEND and as I have close family members with SEND needs. And I really welcome this focus on expanding and improving SEND support as well. Many of the themes in these new proposals today, from inclusion to tailored support, were raised by fellow residents across the Filton and Bradley Stoke constituency at my Coffee with Claire event on this, from which I shared feedback with ministers, so this has been great to see. Could the Education Secretary please set out how views of parents, carers and others have shaped and will continue to shape these proposals?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for making sure that the views of parents and others in Filton and Bradley Stoke have been heard and are reflected in what we're setting out today. This is only the start of the engagement and the consultation. I would encourage parents in her constituency and parents across the country to look at what we've set out, to understand the ambition that we have for children with SEND and to take part in that consultation.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's much to reassure parents in these SEND reforms, in particular the reduction in the adversarial approach. I've spoken before about my concerns about the excessive fees and profits from some of the private equity-owned specialist schools. So can the Secretary of State confirm whether that legislation can be accelerated in order to reduce the pressure on council budgets?
State for your support.
I'm slightly taken aback by that, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I welcome it. We are going to move fast to make sure that money intended for education is spent on education, and that does mean we are going to have to be much firmer and clearer, including with private equity, about the money that is going out of the system into profit rather than going into education. I suppose the one area I might just gently observe to the honourable gentleman is that I think there's a bit of a mix of views in his party about the approach on this and on SEND. And I've heard other of his colleagues suggesting that that children with SEND are naughty and that their parents are it's bad parenting. So I'd suggest that Reform colleagues go away and have a little conflab and then come back.
Debbie Abrahams.
And I welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. We know that young people with special educational needs or disabilities are 3 times and have multiple disadvantage, are 3 times more likely to be NEET, not in education, employment or training. I appreciate very much what my right honourable friend is saying about reducing the attainment gaps. Can she expand a little bit more on that? And also to pick up on my friend's point about co-production, and making sure that people with lived experience and parents as well are engaged in this.
I agree with my honourable friend, and through the national conversation that we have had on SEND, we've also had our SEND development group who've worked really closely with ministers and with my honourable friend to make sure that the voices of children, families and experts, including disability rights groups and children's groups, have been heard as we've developed our reforms, and we will continue in that spirit as we take forward the consultation. She is right that there are huge differences in outcomes for children with SEND. The gap between the GCSE results of children with SEND and their peers without SEND hasn't meaningfully narrowed in recent years, nor has the likelihood of sustaining education, employment or training after 16. A big part of that has to be about making sure that outcomes for children are better going through our mainstream system, where we know with the right support, academic outcomes are stronger for children with SEND.
Adam Dance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's good to see the White Paper recognises the need to develop systems to help with early identification, best start hubs, the phonics screener and schools sharing best practice. But it is not going to be enough. So what steps will the Secretary of State take to research, develop and fund universal screening programmes that can start in year 1 so school is inclusive for all, once and for all?
Okay.
So he is right that we are expanding Best Start family hubs. We are making sure that there is a real focus on early years. We are investing more than £9 billion in expanding early years entitlements. We have also set an incredibly ambitious target about a record number of children reaching a good level of development at the early years foundation stage. We know if we do that, if we secure that, then more children go on to do well later on in life.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Public Accounts Committee has been looked at the costs of home-to-school transport. Clearly one of the drivers is the cost of sending kids with special needs miles away from their home to very expensive private schools. The government has announced help on the statutory overrides that have been incurred by local authorities with regard to these costs recently and currently. But given these reforms she's announced today, which I very much welcome, are going to take some time to come into effect, will she give a guarantee now that local authorities are not going to have to rely on statutory overrides to continue to provide their statutory duties in future?
Secretary of State.
So beyond the period that my right honourable friend identifies, that will then become the responsibility of central government. That's the commitment that we have given. It is a big undertaking that we have made with colleagues across government to take action on the long-standing deficits that local authorities have accrued over time. And he is right that the way in which we can respond to the challenges local authorities are facing around home-to-school transport is by improving provision closer to home. Councils do not want to be sending children far from home. Parents certainly do not want their children spending hours in taxis to access provision, and that's why the extra capital investment and the 60,000 new places that we will create will over time bring down some of those costs that councils are facing.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased that the White Paper does make one mention of young carers, and it rightly notes that young carers pay a huge price for their caring, for their siblings and their family members. I'm sure she agrees that it's vital that we both identify and support young carers. So will she support my call to make young carers eligible for the pupil premium?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be consulting on disadvantaged funding, including the pupil premium and the national funding formula, and how we ensure that we are halving that disadvantage gap and having the biggest impact from the £8 billion of funding that we are spending. I will look at the issue she's identified. If she wants to share that further, I'd be happy to consider it.
Daniel Francis.
I'm declaring interest as my wife is a Senko and one of our children has an HCP. Now, I know as the parent of twins that I've had to fight for virtually none of one of my children's education, but every single aspect of my other child's education because she is disabled. And what I will say, and what I've heard very clearly from my constituents in Bexley and Crayford, is those aspects, such as we heard from my honourable friend from Thurrock, holding ICBs to account, those transition stages, both at primary and secondary, but also at the end of secondary, we must get right. I absolutely welcome the proposals here today, but will the Secretary of State give us that assurance that during the consultation we will hear those voices and get that right for those families I represent?
My honourable friend speaks with real passion and expertise, and I could not agree more with him. That as well as everything that we are doing as a government, we will need local authorities and ICBs to work together with us to deliver the change that is needed. There is huge variation across the country, unacceptable outcomes, too many delays and children waiting far too long for the support that they need. But he will also see, through the consultation, we are also committed to ensuring that children with the most complex needs have that support in place much more quickly than is the situation right now.
Monica Harding. Claire Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too am a member of the SEND APPG. Historic unfair underfunding in South Gloucestershire has made it harder for schools to support children with SEND, and parents tell me that they're concerned that these changes could make the situation worse. If those fears fuel a surge in EHCP applications in the short term, what steps will the government take to ensure that councils are properly funded to deal with this, so that during the change, children don't miss out on vital support?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that underlines the importance of the investment getting to the front line and delivering really quickly, because we know the pressures that are faced by children and families, but I would say that there is huge variation in terms of the approach that some councils have taken that cannot be adequately justified by funding settlements alone. We have seen some very affluent councils in very affluent areas delivering incredibly poor provision, and I say to those authorities, we will hold them to account for delivering better outcomes for their families.
Final question, Sarah Russell.
In terms of the points raised about funding, Cheshire is also struggling significantly with underfunding per pupil. In terms of how we then roll out the funding for these changes, will that follow the existing formula or will that be revised?
Madam Deputy Speaker, through what I've set out today, we are consulting further on many aspects of the funding, including the national funding formula. We will continue to look closely at how we can ensure that all children, wherever they are in the country, get the support that they need, and her constituents will benefit from Best Start Family Hubs, from the expansion of childcare and from the expansion of Experts at Hand, the new initiative that we're putting in place to make sure that children get the support within school more quickly.
That is the end of the statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Right, if we are now ready, we come to the statement on local government reorganisation. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is taking action to repair local government through a new, fairer funding settlement that is based on need, through more powers being taken out of Whitehall and put into the hands of local leaders, and through our plans to reorganise councils to provide better services through eliminating wasteful duplication. Last month, as part of that process, I told the House we would postpone local elections in councils undergoing reorganisation where local leaders sought it and where they provided compelling evidence-based justification. I was guided by two principles. One, postponement should only ever happen in exceptional circumstances. Two, As a firm believer in local decision-making, we should be guided by local leaders themselves. Following extensive consultation with the affected councils, many of whom shared their anxiety that a lack of capacity could mean elections to councils due to be abolished, delaying the reorganisation process, I concluded that those tests had been met in 30 cases. Councils across the political divide were engaged in the original assessment, and across party lines, many called for postponement. Delay was granted in those cases using a statutory power granted by Parliament, the same power that has been exercised by previous governments. We were satisfied that the use of this statutory power in these circumstances was lawful and justified. As is normal practice, lawyers kept the legal position under review, and I received further legal advice. After considering that further advice, I took the decision to withdraw this proposal. We then rapidly reviewed the matter, recognising the urgency created by the electoral timetable. To confirm to the House, the decision made is that the elections in the affected areas will now go ahead in May 2026 in full, and we have laid a further order to bring this into effect. We have already written to the relevant councils, and we will continue working closely with returning officers, suppliers, the Electoral Commission and other sector bodies to ensure they are fully supported. I recognise that this is a significant change for affected councils. That's why when further legal advice was received, we acted as quickly as possible to provide clarity for councils. We know this change will mean additional pressure for councils and councillors across the country. That is why I announced last week up to £63 million in new capacity funding on top of the £7.6 million provided last year for developing reorganisation proposals. Our priority now is ensuring that local councils have the support they need for reorganisation. This extra money will help councils complete reorganisation effectively and sustainably. We will continue working with councils across the 21 reorganisation areas to move to single-tier unitary councils. For the people of Surrey specifically, they will just have elections to the new unitary councils. Given the views expressed across the House following my decision, I recognise the importance members attach to the framework governing ministerial powers over the timing of local elections. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill provides an opportunity to look again at that framework, and the Government is reflecting carefully on the amendments that have been tabled and the concerns raised. Madam Deputy Speaker, reforming local government is not optional. Councils are the front line of the state, responsible for the visible signs of whether a place is succeeding or failing. The public expect better local services, and they are right to. It was important that we acted swiftly on these elections where further advice was received. I recognise that has been difficult for affected councils, and I want to assure colleagues we did not take this difficult decision lightly. I have spoken to many councillors and members of Parliament in recent days and understand the scale of disappointment acutely. But ultimately, the government must act when legal advice says we need to. We will continue to rebuild local government after a decade of neglect, so residents get the services they deserve. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. He has caused chaos, he has caused confusion, and he has caused a significant cost to the taxpayer. Cancelling local elections only to reinstate them weeks later, and then seek to avoid responsibility for the fallout. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not an isolated incident. It is yet another government U-turn. And the unavoidable conclusion is that this Labour government is running scared of voters. The original decision to cancel elections was taken by the Secretary of State. He repeatedly defended that position at the dispatch box. He said in the Times that these elections were pointless, and yet, when his decision fell apart, he recused himself from the process and left a junior minister to pick up the pieces. So my first question is simple. Why was the retaking of this decision delegated? Was the Secretary of State so compromised by his own actions that he could not lawfully retake the decision himself? Will the Secretary of State now place in the House of Commons Library the full correspondence that he would have disclosed had this gone to court? And if not, why not? What new factors were considered that led to a completely different conclusion ultimately being drawn? And there are, of course, also, Madam Deputy Speaker, questions of motive. Is it really a coincidence that the elections first marked for cancellation were overwhelmingly in Labour-run areas? I have been in contact with council leaders who describe being placed under intense pressure, repeatedly asked to restate capacity concerns, warned through multiple channels not to criticise the Secretary of State's decision, and being left with the clear impression that future devolution, future reorganisation, and indeed future funding decisions depended on their compliance. A shocking state of affairs under his leadership. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that he acted inappropriately. If the Secretary of State is so confident that decisions were taken without political self-interest and without undue pressure being exerted behind the scenes, he should place all correspondence between his department and local authorities in the public domain. And if he does so, I'll be more than happy to withdraw my accusation of inappropriate behaviour. Does the Secretary of State now accept that there are strict limits on the power to delegate or delay elections outside the exceptional circumstances such as war or public emergency? And if so, will he ask his colleagues to accept the amendment tabled by Conservatives in the other place to limit the Secretary of State's power to cancel elections using secondary legislation? And given that Labour MPs voted down the same safeguards at Commons report, the Secretary of State must tell the House what this shambolic episode has cost the taxpayer in legal fees, in wasted preparation, and the emergency expenditure now required to organise these elections at short notice. And there is also a question about election pilots. What is their current status? And why has the government still not published the prospectus or provided it for parliamentary scrutiny? And specifically, how many councils that originally said that they had the capacity to bid to take part in these pilots, who later told his department that they lacked the capacity to hold local elections? And how many of these councils with restored elections are now expected to proceed with these pilots? And ultimately, where does this leave the government's flagship reorganisation process? Elections are the foundation stone of democracy. They are not a convenience to be switched on and off at the whim of the Secretary of State, which is why we, on this side of the House, oppose these cancellations. The Secretary of State's judgment has once again been shown to be fundamentally flawed. And if he cannot or refuses to answer these questions and be open and honest about his behaviour, he should resign.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have also received a letter from the Shadow Secretary of State, and he will receive a response to that in due course. But the decision was updated following legal advice, and we acted as promptly as possible after receiving that further legal advice, and that was the right thing to do. Now, fresh ministerial consideration when decisions are revisited following legal advice is perfectly normal and has happened before, and that was why it was done in that way. He will know that there is a long-standing principle that government does not publish or comment on legal advice, and I know he knows that because his words spoken in November 2023 in this chamber were as follows: in accordance with a long-standing convention in this House, we do not discuss the content or nature of legal advice to government. He was right about that. Now, the motivation of council leaders who were writing to me to share their views, and indeed my own motivation, was because of concerns raised across the political spectrum about the capacity to complete local government reorganisation on time because of the benefits that represents to voters in eliminating wasteful duplication and making sure that the savings can be ploughed back into the frontline services which matter the most to local people. On his point about amendments that have been tabled, I think, in the other place, the government will, of course, consider amendments to these powers in the usual parliamentary way.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I'll say to the Shadow Secretary of State, if you're going to call for the Secretary of State to resign, maybe make sure you've got more than 4 people sat behind you. It makes it seem more credible. But can I say to my honourable friend, I appreciate what he is saying here about the importance of elections and how rarely these things are should be cancelled. We in Derbyshire have a proposal expectation to be moving to the unitary authorities in 2027. Does he agree with me that it's not illogical to not have elections to authorities that aren't going to exist very soon? Can he tell us what lessons have been learned and what this will mean for those authorities that are likely to be moving down this path in 2027?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think my honourable friend is right to raise the importance of reorganisation and eliminating duplication so that we can spend the savings instead on the frontline services that I know matter the most to his residents and all of our residents. And election delays have happened before. There is precedent to that. But it is important to show full respect to legal advice when it is received, and therefore the decision was revisited in the way that he's aware of.
Liberal Democrats spokesperson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberal Democrats believe that all authorities in England should be enabled to have the devolution deal and the local government arrangement that is right for them. The Conservatives, in their contribution, asked whether it's an isolated incident. Well, in the context of top-down reorganisation, this definitely isn't an isolated incident, having gone through the last Conservative government in which top-down reorganisation forced onto areas such as Cumbria and Somerset were bitterly opposed by local areas, yet forced onto those local communities against local opposition. Cumbria County Council taking the Conservative government to court. Somerset Council's opposing the forced reorganisation. And when opinion polls were taken across Somerset and the wide conclusion was that 2 authorities would be better than 1, the government forced those decisions onto Somerset. So my first question for the Secretary of State is whether, if polls are taken in areas subject to top-down reorganisation, the results of the public will be supported by the government. And secondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats opposed the postponement of these elections. We put down a fatal motion in the House of Lords, which the Conservatives failed to support, which could have therefore stopped the postponement in the first place in the House of Lords. They failed to support that fatal motion. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask whether My second question to Secretary of State is whether, given that 9 authorities had their elections postponed in 2025, whether the advice and rationale which applies in 2026 applies to the postponement that happened in 2025, and if not, why not?
Secretary of State.
Well, he'll be aware that I am unable to discuss the detail of the legal advice, although he will know the decision that we took after considering that legal advice. But his earlier point, I think, is absolutely right. We should all be motivated by the interests of local people. And it's in the interests of local people that we should get rid of the confusion of having 2 councils in the same area, so people don't know which council to contact, but also that we should eliminate the wasteful duplication of jobs like chief executives, finance directors, and so on, so that we can spend the savings on improving the local services that make a difference to local people and the communities that they care about so much.
Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reorganisation of local government is very welcome in Exeter, as we're being held back by our county council on the numerous fronts. Can the Secretary of State confirm that we do still believe that reorganisation and devolution will enable cities like Exeter to pull away with our economy, economic development, housing, strategic planning, and to the benefit of local residents across the city? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question, and I completely agree with what he's saying there. It's very important that we move ahead with local government reorganisation, not just because of the savings it generates that can be ploughed into frontline services, but because of the boost it can give to local economies. And that, of course, puts more money in people's pockets, provides more jobs in the locality, and helps those communities to thrive.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having now decided that elections should go ahead after all, would the Secretary of State join with me in congratulating Conservative-run Broxbourne Council for defending democracy from day one and never once considering delaying their elections? And would he also be able to confirm, Madam Deputy Speaker, to this House that this Labour government will not use the same tactics to delay the next general election?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think that last point was a step beyond where anybody has gone previously, but I'm sure there are many reasons to congratulate Broxbourne Council.
Jonathan Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local government reorganisation in Derbyshire may mean that Amber Valley Borough Council is split in half, and the cost of working out how to disaggregate that authority and its services and the PFI contracts which it may still be managing is very difficult. But we need an outcome that works for the future, probably for the next 100 years, that's based around people's travel to work times and the services that they access. So can I ask him to take a special interest in the circumstances of Amber Valley Borough Council and ensure that it gets the support that it needs so that it can be part of a new authority that can serve people's needs effectively in the county?
Secretary of State.
Well, if I might say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, he always makes sure that I take a special interest in Amber Valley and the impact of decisions on the people who live in that beautiful part of the world. We have, of course, announced additional capacity funding to help councils deal with the kind of challenges that he just described, recognising that reorganisation has a capacity impact on local authorities.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I realise now that it was simply fresh legal advice which led to this change of policy rather than anything to do with a court case brought by the Secretary of State's least favourite political party. But does he agree with me that it's important that the government, in handling local government reform, should give at least an appearance of being impartial? I am concerned that despite the government's consistent advice that the existing district and borough council areas should be seen as the building blocks for the new unitary authorities, Labour-controlled Southampton City Council is still insisting on trying to dismember the New Forest East constituency by going for boundary changes that would strip off the waterside near Southampton from the New Forest to which it has always looked. Can the Secretary of State tell me that when he comes to make a decision on this and similar issues, the fact that it's a Labour-led council asking for it not to follow its own guidelines will not weigh in an inappropriate way in the decisions that he and his colleagues will take?
Well, I can give him that reassurance on his latter point. And if I can reassure him as well, concerns have been raised across the political spectrum, including by council leaders from his own party, about the capacity to complete local government reorganisation. And that's why we've announced additional capacity funding to support those councils to be able to complete this important reform. Of course, the consultations are still underway on the exact form that reorganisation will take place, and it would be wrong for me to comment on that today.
Peter Lamb.
Speaker, I have great respect for the Secretary of State. I believe he's one of the finest ministers in this government's front bench. I believe he's one of the finest ministers in the government's front bench. And I have great sympathy. The reality is we have all at times been presented with advice that has proven to be poor advice. And frankly, the reality that I think a lot of us are aware of is that he inherited a mess when he moved away from the very fine job he was doing at DEFRA to the current department. MLCLG will not publish figures to indicate the savings that this is allegedly going to generate. The only figures that we have available are those produced by PricewaterhouseCoopers, which have been quoted by ministers previously. When you look through those figures, at the geographical sizes we're now talking about, there are no savings through local government reorganisation, particularly when the wider public sector reform agenda is being taken apart by larger police areas and changes to the size of the ICBs. So on the basis of this, we undertake a situation where there will be significant financial costs to these local authorities, but none of the savings that are currently projected. I welcome them to publish the advice and the figures on this if they got contrary figures. The sizes we're now talking about are 14 times larger than the next largest authorities in Europe, with a greater diameter than Greater London, without any community of interest. So given the fact that this is going to leave Labour communities at the mercy of right-wing councils.
I'm sure that the honourable gentleman, you need to sit down. I'm sure the honourable gentleman will be putting his question right now.
Given that poor advice has previously been given by the Department to the Secretary of State, is it not time to pause and reconsider the evidence base for local government reform?
Secretary of State.
I do thank him for his question, and of course I recognise he's one of the finest constituency MPs in the House. It was a delight to campaign for him. It's a pleasure to see him now in his seat. But we've had this conversation before, and it's quite right that we should continue to have that. I don't agree with his analysis. There are savings that will derive from local government reorganisation, as well as making the system simpler for local people to understand. But it's a debate I know that will continue.
Alison Bennett.
Madam Deputy Speaker, building on the honourable member for Crawley's point, the £63 million new capacity funding is a drop in the ocean compared to the real cost of LGR across the country. We're talking about councils having to merge workforces, IT contracts, outsource contracts, and none of this has been properly funded by central government. These are authorities that are highly leveraged and don't have the reserves to pay for it. What is the Secretary of State's assessment of the true cost of local government reorganisation?
Secretary of State.
Well, I've announced additional funding, and I think it was very unfair to describe it as a drop in the ocean, because I think it goes a long way towards supporting councils that need to go through local government reorganisation to remove anomalies such as the fact that people in two areas have one council responsible for leaves that are above a drain and another council responsible for leaves that are below a drain. Now, if residents don't know which council to contact, it's very difficult to them to seek improvements in the services that they're using, and that's why it's so important that we continue with this process.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement, and in particular he mentioned Surrey, and he'll know that my Spelthorne constituency is going to be in a unitary authority called West Surrey. I have received a huge amount of representation from my constituents who would like the Secretary of State to consider that unitary authority actually be called West Surrey and South Middlesex, to take particular account of the fact that Spelthorne has been in Middlesex for 1,000 years and has never really thought of itself as being in Surrey. So will the Secretary of State meet with me so that I can make further representation on my constituents' behalf?
Secretary of State.
I'm always happy to consider proposals made by the honourable gentleman, and I will make sure that he gets an appropriate meeting, whether with me or one of my fellow ministers, on the point he raises.
Josh Babarende.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the news that the people of East Sussex and in Eastbourne will have the chance at last to vote to boot out a Conservative-run county council that has attempted to close a learning disability centre, Linden Court, for local people, that has attempted to strip back services at Milton Grange for people with dementia, and that has the worst pothole compensation rate in the country of any Conservative-run council. But will the Secretary of State pledge, not just to me, not just the people of Eastbourne, but to the people of East Sussex, that he won't disrespect their right to democracy next year when they are meant to have the right to vote for unitary councillors in our patch?
Secretary of State.
Yep, happy to give him the reassurance that he's seeking now. I had the pleasure during recess to visit East Sussex, and I can, from my own experience, agree with what he's describing about the potholes in many parts of that beautiful county.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the Secretary of State conveniently forgot to mention that he's been caught red-handed trying to cancel elections. He forgot to mention the only reason he's now restored them is because of the legal action of Reform UK, and whilst I don't expect him to thank us, could he at least do the decent thing and apologise for the confusion and chaos to the hundreds of council officers across the country, apologise to some 5 million voters, and then do the decent and honourable thing and resign?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm not going to make any apologies for listening to local leaders or respecting legal advice. And if he's looking for things that people should resign over, how about the decision to appoint as the leader of their party in Wales a man who was a traitor to his country?
But now, with democracy restored, there are now just 74 days until the polls. So will West Sussex still be expected to work to the original timescale for the creation of unitary authorities and a combined authority that will sit with the mayoralty, or will they also be delayed? And how much additional support will be provided to the council, specifically the staff at West Sussex, who are now working to a very tight schedule to deliver elections for their residents?
Secretary of State.
Yep, we are proceeding to local government reorganisation on the agreed timetable with no changes envisaged to that. We've made additional funding available to support capacity needs to ensure that that reorganisation can go ahead as expected, and I'm not aware of any concerns from councils about their ability to deliver these elections. Indeed, councils have delivered snap general elections across the whole country in less time than remains between now and the date of the local elections in May.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I mean, this has been a shamefully incompetent episode, and perhaps the most shameful episode of it is that the government has been forced to use taxpayers' money to pay the claimant's costs. So could the Secretary of State tell us exactly how much taxpayers' money has been given to the claimant? Or perhaps if he can't, the member for Boston and Skegness could let us know.
Secretary of State.
Well, that's certainly not an unusual circumstance in cases that end up in the courts in this way. The costs are still being assessed, so I'm afraid I can't give him an answer to that question at the moment.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As recently as the 22nd of January, this government formally committed to delaying the local elections again. Facing defeat in the judicial review, the government suddenly realised that the delay was unlawful. This U-turn cost £63 million at a time when my own local authority in Cornwall faces a massive funding shortfall. Legal advice doesn't usually suddenly change without a material change in facts. So did the Secretary of State ignore the Attorney General's legal advice on this until it became obvious that the government would lose? Or did the Attorney-General provide incorrect legal advice to the Secretary of State? Which is it?
Secretary of State.
He'll be aware that I'm unable to discuss the detail of legal advice that is given to the government, but there is nothing unusual at all about giving fresh ministerial consideration when decisions are revisited after legal advice is received, and that's what happened.
Will Forster.
Madam Deputy Speaker, given that the government has now reversed its decision to postpone the 2026 local elections following legal advice, can the Secretary of State confirm whether the same legal considerations also applied to Surrey County Council's elections that covers my constituency of Woking that were postponed last year?
Exactly.
And if he states that we don't comment on legal advice, don't you agree, Madam Deputy Speaker, that my constituents of Woking have been unlawfully robbed of voting out an incompetent Surrey County Council last year?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
Well, as I said in my statement, the unitary council elections will be going ahead in Surrey this year.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his endeavours. I note that this organisation is set to streamline services and save an estimated £2.9 billion over 5 years. However, from experience, I'm not better than anybody else, by the way, but always trying to be helpful, I issue a note of caution. With Northern Ireland 10 years on from our reform of councils, a 2024 Department for Communities report concluded that it's too early to determine if the reforms have been cost effective, with the new, larger councils actually spending more than their 26 predecessors. So has the Secretary of State taken into account this report and the uncertainty and ensure that government are not promising billions of pounds of savings while actually taking more from the homes of tax and ratepayers?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question and for his observations, but I remain confident that eliminating duplication, where residents are paying for 2 sets of councillors, 2 sets of chief executives, 2 sets of finance directors, eliminating that duplication will save residents money, and that money can then be invested in the frontline services like fixing the potholes we heard about earlier, which matter most to local people.
Point of order. That concludes the statement. Point of order, Dave Rubin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 10th of February, the Minister for Defence, Readiness and Industry was called to the House to answer a UQ surrounding a meeting which took place between Palantir, Peter Mandelson and the Prime Minister in February 25, after which there was an uncompeted award of £245 million from the Ministry of Defence to Palantir. No fewer than 4 times the Minister said he did not know whether there were minutes in existence for that meeting, yet following my inquiries, the Cabinet Office confirmed back in October 25 that no such minutes existed for the meeting. Can, Madam Deputy Speaker, you advise us whether MPs should continue to endure this disgraceful level of briefing of ministers coming before the House to tell us that they don't know something that another element of government knows plainly very well?
I am grateful to the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order. The House does expect ministers should always give full and frank answers to questions put to them in this House. If a mistake has been made, it is open to a minister to publish a written correction in Hansard. That concludes the business, and we move on to the main business of the day. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Industry and Exports Bill, Industry and Exports Financial Assistance Bill, Committee.
Order. Under the orders of the House of the 15th of December, we shall now move to the Committee of the whole House. Order.
Industry and Exports Financial Assistance Bill.
I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with Clause 1, Stand Part, with which it will be convenient to consider the amendments. Clauses stand part and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister.
Madam Chair,
It's good to see you in your place, and I welcome all members to the committee. This is a slightly unusual committee in that normally when we're a committee of the whole House, it's awfully contentious and everybody's shouting at each other, but it's not so contentious this afternoon, certainly the main body of the bill itself. So I'm just going to introduce the elements of the bill that as published, and then at the end of the debate I'll respond to the debate and the amendments that several honourable members have tabled. So just to explain, Clause 1A increases the aggregate limit of financial assistance which can be provided under Section 8(1) of the Industrial Development Act 1982 from £12 billion to £20 billion. This is to reflect inflation adjustments since the limit was last raised in 2009. Clause 1B raises the level of incremental increases that can be made in an order by the Secretary of State from £1 billion to £1.5 billion. This again reflects inflation adjustments since the limit was last raised in 2009. The parliamentary scrutiny arrangements for these incremental increases remain precisely as they were, namely they are subject to the affirmative legislative procedure. Clause 2 amends the financial assistance for exports and overseas investment under the Export and Investment Guarantees Act 1991, and this brings in 4 changes to the Act. It raises the commitment limit from £84 billion to £160 billion. It simplifies the legislation by expressing the limit in sterling rather than in special drawing rights, as is currently the case. It makes provision for the limit to be increased by increments of up to £15 billion through secondary legislation as the need arises, and it removes the limit on the number of occasions on which the limit can be raised. Clause 3 of the bill outlines the territorial extent of the bill. I can confirm that the provisions of the bill do not engage the legislative consent motion process. My department have had discussions prior to introduction on this bill with all the devolved governments, and they confirm that the legislative consent motion process is not engaged. I hope, Madam Chair, that all honourable members will agree that all these clauses, all 3 of these clauses, should remain, should stand part of the bill, and I look forward to hearing the debate on the amendments. I was about to step down, I'm afraid, so I've finished.
I call Shadow Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it is a short bill, but it does raise and spend potentially a huge amount of public money. So in the interest of thorough scrutiny of this short bill, I would like to speak to the amendments that we have tabled to it. To Clause 2 on export finance, Amendments 3 and 4, they concern the use of public finance for exports that may ultimately be re-exported to sanctioned destinations. And what these amendments would prevent is the government providing export finance or insurance where there's reason to believe that goods may be re-exported to Russia or to any other country subject to UK sanctions. In such cases, the Secretary of State's financial commitments would be capped at 0. And these amendments are not abstract, Madam Chair. They respond to a very real problem that is happening in our world today, one that has been highlighted by independent analysis. For example, SkyZ Conway has done extensive reporting showing that while direct UK exports to Russia have collapsed since sanctions were imposed, UK origin goods are still reaching Russia through third countries. Exports to states such as Kyrgyzstan, Armenia and Uzbekistan have surged by extraordinary amounts, sometimes by more than 1,000%. And obviously these are not normal market movements. They're clear indications of diversion routes being used to circumvent sanctions. These are not just trade flows on a spreadsheet, Madam Chair. Sky News has shown that UK origin components have been found inside Russian military equipment used on the battlefield in Ukraine. Among the items identified in Russian systems are British-made microchips found in Russian drones, UK origin electronic components inside Russian missiles, dual-use technology that should never have been able to reach Russia under the sanctions regime. And these components were not exported directly from the UK to Russia. They were routed through intermediary countries, often the same countries where UK exports have suddenly spiked. President Zelensky has publicly raised concerns that UK goods are still making their way into Russia despite sanctions. And that's why we believe that Amendments 3 and 4 are necessary. They represent a simple but important safeguard. The UK must ensure that its export finance system doesn't inadvertently support supply chains that undermine our sanctions regime. In the case of Russia, we must be absolutely certain that no UK-backed goods are being diverted in ways that could support its illegal war against Ukraine. Now, the Minister has spoken about the need to expand UK export finance's capacity and to support small and medium-sized enterprises in particular. We agree that export finance has an important role to play, but it must be deployed responsibly. I'm sure the whole House would agree that public money should never be used in ways that conflict with our foreign policy or national security objectives. And so these amendments ensure that the government exercises due diligence and that UK export finance support is aligned with the UK's sanction framework. So I'm sure the Minister will agree that this is a constructive and proportionate proposal and will want to support it tonight. Turning, if I may, Madam Chair, to the new Clause 2 tabled in the name of His Majesty's opposition, this is about the steel industry, because we can all agree that steel made in the UK is a strategic foundation sector for the United Kingdom. It supports thousands of skilled jobs and underpins supply chains across manufacturing, construction and defence. We did not oppose the government's emergency legislation last April, although we warned that it was rushed and the government hadn't got a proper plan. But after nearly a year on from that emergency legislation and nearly 2 years into this government, we are still waiting for the long-promised steel strategy. The government has still not been able to agree a deal with the Chinese, despite the Prime Minister's visit to China. There have been secret meetings after secret meetings between ministers and Jingyi about which the government has refused to update Parliament. So new Clause 2 would simply require the Secretary of State to publish an annual report on the impact of the increased financial assistance limits on the UK steel industry. That report would set out, first, the level of financial assistance provided each month to UK steel undertakings under Section 8 of the Industrial Development Act of 1982, and second, the number of full-time equivalent steel jobs that, in the Secretary of State's view, would have been lost without the increased limit. It's a straightforward accountability measure, Madam Chair. If public money is being used to support the steel sector, Parliament and the public deserve to know how much is being spent, why it's necessary, and what outcomes it's delivering. The government has repeatedly spoken about the importance of steel, and we agree that steel is very important, but without a clear strategy or transparent reporting, it's impossible to judge whether interventions are effective or whether they represent value for money. How do we know that this is not just a limitless amount of funding, crowding out support to other industries? And how can we assess whether it's good value for the taxpayer? So our amendment doesn't constrain the government's ability to act. It simply ensures that support is justified, targeted and effective. And in that spirit, Madam Chair, I hope the Minister will recognise the value of this additional transparency and accept the amendment. If I may, Madam Chair, may I turn to the amendments tabled in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Woodford Green. We believe that amendments 1 and 2 are sensible and straightforward amendments, and if the Secretary of State has reason to believe that modern slavery or human trafficking is likely to be present in the supply chain of a business receiving export-supported goods, then obviously the level of public financial support should be zero. That is surely the only responsible position that this House can take. We're inherently supportive of the need for transparency in supply chains and will support these amendments as well. And turning to the amendment in the name of the Honourable Gentleman from North Antrim, again, transparency in terms of the amounts that are being allocated across the whole United Kingdom seems a helpful assistance in terms of transparency to this House. And on that point, I give way.
Can I commend the Shadow Minister for what she said and for bringing it forward? And in relation to Northern Ireland in particular, the Minister referred to the discussions and contact with the regional administrations. The UK Export Finance and Industrial Support has previously helped a number of companies in Northern Ireland to the tune of maybe some hundreds of millions in guarantees for international sales. Rightbus would be one of those. We in Northern Ireland, and those of us who will make contributions will state this, we are of the opinion that the adherence to EU rules. Does the Shadow Minister not agree that this needs to be clarified, the transparency the Honourable Lady has referred to, so the EU cannot continue to dictate terms for this nation through the back door of Northern Ireland? Does the Shadow Minister agree that's very, very important and that the Minister and Government must respond to that?
Well, the honourable member makes a very important point, and I know that the House will be eager to hear how enthusiastic the Minister is for all of the amendments that have been tabled this evening, and I'm sure we will be hearing from him shortly in terms of his support for them, or potentially why he doesn't support them, and why he will be urging his colleagues to vote against them this evening.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a pleasure to serve under your chairship. I welcome the bill and the more broadly the Labour government's focus on our modern industrial strategy. In the Black Country, where manufacturing is our tradition, businesses are following this agenda very closely. And so I'm pleased to see the bill will result in increasing headroom for both industrial financial assistance and UK export finance. However, I have three questions for the Minister on practical points for SMEs' access to finance in this bill. First, access to trade finance for SMEs. In Halesowen and Craigieheath, I speak to firms that can win export work on quality and reputation, but who lose contracts because they cannot bridge the working capital gap between buying inputs and getting paid. A forge may secure promising overseas order only to be asked by their bank for levels of security that are simply unrealistic for a business of that size. And by the time finance is arranged, the customer may have gone elsewhere. So while I welcome the increased capacity in Clause 2, I'd like reassurance from the Minister that UK Export Finance will translate that headroom into products that genuinely work for SMEs, faster, simpler and more proportionate to their requirements. Second, I wanted to speak up for downstream steel SMEs. In my constituency, we have several steel processing firms, including firms like Davro Steel, who take steel and add value through processing and distribution, supplying manufacturers who depend on reliable specifications, timings and price stability. These businesses, however, are anxious about the direction of travel on steel tariff safeguards and quotas, because measures that protect larger players in the sector can, if designed poorly, raise input costs or restrict supply for downstream SMEs. So I hope the Minister can reassure the House that he will look at the whole value chain, not just the headline producers, when it deploys the increased assistance enabled by Clause 1. And thirdly, on the defence supply chain, the Black Country has deep links into defence manufacturing, and here two issues may impact the positive changes in the bill. The first is export licensing timelines, where excessive delays can kill a contract, and the second is the growing concern about ESG-related access to finance. These are practical problems when a legitimate UK defence supplier struggles to access competitively priced finance because lenders' policies treat defence as reputationally high risk. So I'd ask the Government to ensure that our regulatory architecture does not accidentally penalise lawful strategically important business industries in the defence sector. To close, I support the bill. I support the intent behind clauses 1 and 2 to create headroom so the Government can act to support manufacturers and exporters, but I will ask the Minister for reassurance on 3 points: that SMEs will be able to access trade finance in practice, that downstream steel processors and manufacturers will not be overlooked in favour of larger players, and that defence exporters will see improvements in licensing speed and fair access to finance.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
the Liberal Democrats support this bill, and we support the amendments that are before committee today. The bill does something that's straightforward and is necessary. It raises the Industrial Development Act cap from 12 to 20 billion, reflecting the inflation changes that since alignment was last set in 2009, and it nearly doubles the UK export finance commitment limit from 84 to around 160 billion. These changes, both UK industrial assistance and export finance framework, would hit their ceilings if we didn't make these changes. So these changes are really important to make. We support this bill because British businesses need government's backing to compete globally, and these limits need to keep pace with our ambition. The amendments before us strengthen the bill in a few distinct ways. Amendments 1 and 2 ensure that government-backed export finance cannot be used to support businesses whose supply chains involve modern slavery or human trafficking. It's a straightforward, ethical line. British taxpayers should not be underwriting exploitation, and we as Liberal Democrats are glad to support these amendments. I would ask the Minister to confirm what existing safeguards are in place and whether implementation guidance will be issued so that businesses know where they stand. Amendments 3 and 4 address the risk that UK export finance could facilitate sanctions evasion through re-exporting. As we raise the statutory limit to 160 billion, Parliament must be satisfied that none of this expanded headroom can be used in a way that undermines our sanctions regime, and therefore we support these amendments. New Clause 1, requiring annual reports on the Act's limit changes to each of the 4 nations. Although export finance is a reserved matter, outcomes are not necessarily evenly distributed, but a report into this will help give the scrutiny to Parliament about whether this expanded capacity is reaching every single part of the United Kingdom, and therefore, of course, we support it. And New Clause 2, requiring annual reports specifically into the steel industry. Steel is a profound strategic importance to the UK, and it deserves the dedicated parliamentary scrutiny that New Clause 2 suggests, and therefore we'll be supporting it. New Clause 3, that stands in my name, would require the Secretary of State to report on the annual impact of the Act's limits on GDP, on the export capacity of small and medium enterprises, and on the volume of trade between the United Kingdom and the European Union. UKEF's 24 to 25 activity contributed to 5.4 billion to the UK economy. Parliament should be able to verify that claim on an annual basis. According to the ONS, there are 5.7 million SMEs in the UK. Yet, in UK Export Finance's annual report, it shows that they supported just 667 businesses. Annual reporting will hold the government to its own target of supporting an additional 1,000 SMEs to export. It will make visible whether the current eligibility criteria, which requires at least 20% of a business's annual turnover to be from exports in any one of the last 3 years, continue to lock out businesses that are trying to break into the export market for the first time or not. On the UK-EU trade part of New Clause 3, the Chartered Institute for Export and International Trade has documented a 30% fall in EU export value among the smallest firms since the TCA. And a recent Institute of Directors Policy Voice survey found that 54% of businesses that stopped exporting to the EU cited the trading relationship with the EU as one of those reasons. These are not businesses that are failing to break into new markets. These are established exporters that have walked away from our largest and nearest trading partner because the barriers that have got in their way are too great to bear. Every customs declaration, every check that didn't exist before 2021 is another reason that businesses are not exporting to the EU, because it simply isn't worth it for them. Those are the realities behind the statistics that simply increasing the UKEF capacity alone cannot fix. Parliament should be able to see whether an expanded UK export finance capacity is making measurable difference to these figures, and therefore we hope that the Minister will be able to support the new Clause 3 amendment. The most effective long-term support for British exporters would, of course, be a new bespoke UK-EU customs union. Analysis from Frontier Economics commissioned by Best for Britain in February 25 suggested it could boost British GDP by 2.2%, and the House of Commons Library estimates this could generate an additional 25 billion in additional annual tax revenue for HMRC, something I know the Chancellor would be grateful for. New Clause 3 is the link between the accountability mechanism that allows Parliament to see whether what is being proposed is working. So we will be supporting this bill. We will be supporting the amendments to this bill, because capacity without accessibility is just meaningless, and capacity without accountability is unacceptable. So the government needs to accept the new clauses that match the expanded headroom with the practical reforms to ensure that it will reach the 5.7 million SMEs, which are the backbone of British business, that are currently not being supported by UK export finance.
I call Mary Rimmer.
Well, I stand to speak in support of the Amendment 1, which the honourable member from Chingford and Woodford Green, it's in his name, and I've supported that. And it's narrow, this bill. It gives us an opportunity. Thanks to the work of this House, public bodies like the Department of Health and Social Care are legally required to eradicate slavery in their supply chains under the Health and Safety Care Act 2022 and Health and Social Care Act Regulations 2025. And we strengthened the safeguards to public money free from forced labour in last year's Great British Energy Act 2025. A little bit of fuss went on around that time. But no slavery on human trafficking is present in any part of the GBE's, Great British Energy's, supply chain. Yet UK export finance still lacks these protections. It's an inconsistency, but this amendment can fix it. If we are increasing the financial limits available to UK export finance, we should ensure that British support for business abroad is never tied to exploitation. It gives us a much bigger thing. It puts it across government in everything. When we got to British Energy, we tried something on that, and then I was told that I was right. It wouldn't have done it in British Energy. It went to the Lords, and it came back pretty quick. So I do thank the member for putting the amendment in.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Madam Chair, it's a great honour to speak to this packed chamber on my amendments.
Great honour.
It's good of me to be brought forward so soon because of so many people ready to speak. Can I say that I speak in support of the two amendments in my name and those of my colleagues and friends, 1 and 2, which it's my intention that should be moved when the time comes. So, why is this necessary? Well, in this particular area, I refer to the Honourable Lady as my honourable friend, because she has been stalwart in campaigning against slave labour, against forced labour, and I bow to her because of her stalwart support of this. And the point about these amendments particularly are that it's really vital, as she said, to safeguard the UK export finance is legally protected from any exposure to forced labour and human trafficking. You know, we've been through this so often, again and again, and I say to the right honourable gentleman who will be responding, who has been a stalwart supporter of this kind of drive, I just hope that he's able to give me a very clear sign that the government wants to adopt these amendments because they are critical to the nature of cleaning up what essentially has become a supply chain which is too often full of product made by slave labour. So I'm in favour of the bill. I'm not against it. In principle, I think it's the right thing to do to basically up the limits to 20 billion and aggregate limits to 160. To account for inflation, we must ensure, therefore, absolutely right, that we increase financial firepower is not used, however, inadvertently to fund modern slavery. So Amendments A and B together ensure that the Secretary of State has reason to believe modern slavery is present in a recipient supply chain. The permitted financial assistance for that export drops to zero. In other words, no finance. And for those that may not have followed what's been going on with these things, we had to amend the original healthcare bill to stop slavery being used in that. And we've had to amend, last year, as the Honourable Lady said, we've had to amend the Great British Energy Bill. Now, the government at that time decided to vote that down. But when it went to the Lords, it was re-amended, and suddenly many colleagues on that side suddenly realised actually what they were going to be asked to do was to vote in favour of slave labour in the supply chains to the Great British Energy Company. And they said no, and I think the government decided not, which was absolutely right to do in the end, but I wish we hadn't had to go through all of that. Surely there's a moral purpose in all of this, which is if we have any suspicion that something is a product or a supply chain has elements that have been used for forced labour. We know that China does it endlessly. There are elements of that in Russia and other countries that use that. We should not allow that to come. And I have to say, when we compare ourselves to the United States on this, no matter who's in power, the reality is their governments have a very simple rule, that it is the responsibility of the companies who are actually importing to check their supply chains. The excuse that they didn't know or couldn't find out is simply not good enough, and they are prosecuted if that slave labour is in the supply chain. And that is what this is really all about, just trying to shut down another possible loophole, in this case on finance. And so UK expert finance is currently exposed, we believe, to forced labour. For instance, in 2022-23, it supported businesses involving a subsidiary of AVIC, a company sanctioned by the US as a People's Liberation Army entity. And this is something which nobody wants, I think, on either side of the House, if they really ask themselves, and the government, I'm sure, does not want this. So the question really is, how do we shut this down? And I want to quote a couple of people who have spoken about this in the past, who are really quite senior in the government. So the Prime Minister said, and I want to quote this, "We're not going to raise human rights standards if we ignore it in trade. It shouldn't be up to the consumer to research every product and work out every ethical aspect of it." And I say yes, because of course it's impossible to do so as an individual. I had the row with Amazon and other companies and said, why don't you make it easy to find out what the route in your supply chain is? You don't know until you actually have the product land on your desk, where it was made. Why can't they have it on their computers and identify that? They don't want to because they think people may not buy those products. The other one is from TradeSec. Well, while he was TradeSec, we are very clear on our position regarding the abhorrent practices of modern slavery. It's a terrible crime which we are determined to eradicate. I assure you this government takes this issue seriously and is continuing to assess and monitor the policy tools available to ensure that we can best tackle forced labour in supply chains, said in May 25 by Mr Reynolds MP. And Ed Miliband, I should say the Environment Secretary, this is a quote, "Our clean power mission should not come at the expense of human rights. This involves confronting human rights abuses, including modern slavery in energy supply chains." Absolutely right. I don't simply understand why it took so much for us to get his side of the fence to agree finally to take it out of the supply chains for the Great British Energy Company. I just don't understand that at all, given what he says his views are. And UKEF has also supported China Southern Airlines, an organisation affiliated with involuntary labour transfers, and I quote, poverty alleviation, which of course is a complete sham. Campaigns in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Successive governments have acknowledged that the poverty alleviation is a euphemism for involuntary state-imposed labour. We know that. There's no question about what's going on behind these ridiculous euphemisms, and that's what we know, and we should therefore be ensuring doesn't happen. But it has happened. And we currently have an uneven human rights standard across government. While the Department of Health and Social Care is now required by law, as I said earlier on, to eradicate slavery from its purchasing, other departments which are currently exposed to complicity in the human rights are not required to satisfy these standards. UKEF is a case in point. I simply beg the government at some stage to get back into the Modern Slavery Act and amend it so that we make it outright and a criminal offence for anybody to import or to support any product made, any company that makes products using slave labour. That would kill this off once and for all and would cover all elements of government activity, which I know the Minister who will respond to this actually does believe in. And so I simply say to him, why doesn't the government just simply say, enough's enough, we're going to get after it? And we'll come back to that, I'm sure, when he sums up on this. So this amendment mirrors the high standards set in the Great British Energy Act, which we, as the Honourable Lady pointed out, which we finally got the amendment agreed to. And it mandates very clearly that no slavery or human trafficking be present in any part of its supply chain. And by allowing public money to flow to entities sanctioned by our allies, we risk disrupting multilateral relations and creating significant operational risks for British businesses. I also say simply to those that are interested in listening to this, that the reality is we also do down our own competitiveness. It is no surprise, it should be no surprise to us, that countries like China are able to outbid British companies and Western companies in bid patterns, etc., like Huawei, when we discover later on that they use a significant amount of slave-made product where they don't pay any salaries to them, and where therefore they're able to keep their costs much lower than British companies, Western companies, European companies, even American companies, because we are obligated, quite rightly, to pay proper wages to those who are making the products. So it's also a terrible offence in trade terms, not just in human rights terms. And so while the UKF maintains its own internal environmental and human rights policies, these have already been proven inadequate for this task, inadequate in preventing investment in companies seriously exposed to human rights abuses, of which this is the worst of them all. And the bill presents a rare and necessary opportunity, I say to the Minister, to use primary legislation to bind UK outward investment to a zero-tolerance approach towards modern slavery. The government, I'm sure, I hope not, but I'm sure, will say that this bill is narrow, that this is not the right bill, not the right time. I'm afraid we've always heard this. When I was on the other side and the government used to speak at the same time, I used to say to them, there never is the right time and there never is the right bill. There's just the wrong one that's sitting in here to amend it. So we've heard this repeatedly, and all the reforms to the Modern Slavery Act would be brought forward, quotes, when parliamentary time is allowed. That's what the government said. When parliamentary time is allowed, as I said earlier on, we should get the Modern Slavery Act updated so that it is absolutely an offence to have any involvement whatsoever, either importing, export, or financing any of that trade that has slave labour involved in it. But none of this has been brought forward. We have an opportunity, though, with this bill, and so I do not apologise for these amendments. Narrowly focused it may be on an institution, though now, which these amendments will do, focus on making mistakes in the past, which we have evidence of, funneling UK tax monies into pockets of human rights abusing companies in China. This surely must stop. So if we're going to bring this element of financing up to date, we're going to give the power and the capacity to be able to support those who are exporting and importing, then the answer is we must also make sure that they do that in a fair and clean way, and that this House of all houses, when this was the first country to abolish slavery in the world history, we were the first to do it, and our record should stand, therefore, that wherever we see it, we will stamp it out. And this is yet another way of doing that. So I urge the Minister to go off script and say that he will do this because it is morally right, it is economically right, and it is right for this House and the people that here, elected here, to get this one done.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this bill, one would make the natural assumption that since it applies across this United Kingdom, that it must bring a level playing field to this United Kingdom, that it must in consequence deliver parity and equality of opportunity for companies across the United Kingdom, companies which of course are all taxed on the same basis, pay into the same treasury, so the reasonable expectation would be that if there is financial assistance available and they qualify, that they should equally be able to obtain it. Sadly, though you wouldn't know it from reading this bill, it is not so, because this bill is subject to a higher authority in respect of my constituency and of the whole of Northern Ireland, in that, sadly, we remain subject to EU state aid rules, which cap the delivery of that parity and that equal opportunity to companies operating in my part of the United Kingdom. And of course that imposition of the EU state aid rules arises from Article 10 of the protocol, now called the Windsor Framework, which the EU has accurately described in these terms. This means that EU state aid rules will continue to apply to the EU member states as well as to the United Kingdom in respect of aid that has an effect on the trade between Northern Ireland and the European Union that is subject to the Windsor Framework. It follows from these provisions of the Windsor Framework, and in particular its Articles 5 and 9, that trade in goods and wholesale electricity is subject to the Windsor Framework. And being subject to the Windsor Framework means that under Article 10 we are subject not to the rules of this House on state aid, but to the rules of a foreign jurisdiction which makes rules and laws that we neither make nor can we change. And therein lies the fundamental objection to the fact that though we are passing a bill which rightly raises the thresholds of available assistance in Northern Ireland, this House is not sovereign in that regard. They can only grant that state aid to the point and the level that the EU permits under its EU state aid rules. Now we're supposed to be... Yes, I'll give one.
And does he accept that the situation is even worse than that? Because if there's a tenuous connection between goods which are subsidised or get state aid in GB, but have got a tenuous connection with markets in Northern Ireland, that again the EU can limit the amount of state aid which is given in those circumstances, so again even disadvantaging some producers here in GB?
Yes, that's absolutely right, because the Windsor Framework is premised upon an assumption of risk that goods from Northern Ireland will permeate the EU market, and therefore goods which are supplied from GB companies into Northern Ireland are subject to that risk, and if that risk is manifested, then those companies too, it would appear, are subject or could be subject to the same state aid restrictions. And yet we're supposed to be one sovereign United Kingdom. But the EU requires that businesses in Northern Ireland will not benefit from the same state aid to the extent that the goods in question might be sold into the EU. And that inevitably places businesses in my constituency, which pay the same taxes as businesses across the United Kingdom, puts them at a distinct disadvantage compared to what in some cases might be competitors in GB in the production of goods. And it's even worse for Northern Ireland companies, particularly manufacturing companies, because they depend, as part of the integrated United Kingdom market, they depend for their supplies, their raw materials, more often than not, from that supplied from GB. And of course those raw materials, the supply of them is now fettered by the Irish Sea border. To get their raw materials, they have to pass through an international customs border with paperwork, with declarations, with tariffs in some cases, all adding to the cost of business. So not only is business subject to that extra cost insisted upon through the Irish Sea border, but they're now put in a position where they cannot have equal access to the state aid which might be available elsewhere. And that is a fundamental inequity as it applies across this United Kingdom. And it is further compounded by the fact that if there is a dispute about whether or not something amounts to state aid and whether or not it infringes EU state aid rules, it's not our courts that decide that. It's the European Court of Justice that will decide that. So not only are we deprived within the supposedly sovereign United Kingdom of the right to grant equal state aid across this United Kingdom, if there's a question as to its validity, it's a foreign court that adjudicates upon that because of our subjection to EU law. So it really is a double whammy in that regard. And of course, the consequence of that is inevitably to create a chill factor when it comes to government considering whether or not to give state aid to Northern Ireland. Because if they know that there could be a challenge from the EU, and that challenge could go to the European Court of Justice and all the bother that that involves, the chill factor is going to cause the government to desist or hold back from giving that aid. So the loser, again, is the business in Northern Ireland. Yes, a good point.
And would he accept that there's a further chill factor, namely when companies which could decide to invest in GB or to invest in Northern Ireland may well feel that since the support which they could achieve will be less in Northern Ireland than what it would be in GB, that they simply choose to invest outside Northern Ireland in GB, and therefore jobs and investment opportunities are lost as a result of the very picture that he has painted.
Of course, and that's compounded further by the fact that if they did set up in Northern Ireland and they were a manufacturing business and they were depending on the raw materials from GB, as most are, they have to pass through an international customs border with extra costs as well. So not only are they being invited to set up in Northern Ireland where state aid may be capped by a foreign jurisdiction, but they're also being invited to set up in a jurisdiction where the raw materials are going to cost them more by virtue of the Irish Sea border. Now, of course, the Minister will say, as he said to me before, but you have the advantage of dual market access. No, we don't. We have the worst of all worlds in Northern Ireland. We have the worst of all worlds in the sense our raw materials are hyped in price because of the Irish Sea border. We now have the reduction in available state aid.
I am sure that the honourable gentleman is minded of the bill that we are discussing and will soon get back to the bill that we are discussing. Jim Allister. Straight away.
Indeed I will, but it was in fact in the debate on this bill that the Minister made the very point that I was seeking to answer on a previous occasion. But it is those circumstances which caused me to support and move new clause 1, signed by myself and right honourable colleagues, because I think it is right going forward, not just in the interest of transparency, but in the interest of seeing just how level or unlevel a playing field we have under this bill for the whole United Kingdom, that the government should annually publish the levels of support given to each part of the United Kingdom. Because, yes, we're all here as constituency members to jealously represent the interests of our constituents. And I want to know from this government, if my constituents, if the businesses in my constituency are getting a fair crack of the whip. And that is why new clause 1 is the reason why we should have a reporting mechanism to indicate that to us going forward. So on that basis, I very much speak to and support new clause 1. I also support the other amendments before the House.
Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honour to follow the Honourable Member for North Antrim, and I stand to speak in support of NC1 in the name of the Honourable Member and signed by numerous people across these benches. New Clause 1 is not radical, it's not wrecking, it is actually very reasonable in what it asks, and therefore it should be accepted. What it asks is that when this House votes to increase financial assistance for industry and exporters, the government return within a year and every year thereafter and tell Parliament plainly how each part of the United Kingdom has benefited. That should not in any way be controversial, but sadly it is necessary because Northern Ireland does not stand on equal ground. This bill lifts the cap on financial assistance under the Industrial Development Act and increases UK Export Finance's statutory commitment limit, and that's a good thing. And in theory, that should benefit every business across our country. But under Article 10 of the Windsor Framework, EU state aid rules continue to apply in Northern Ireland, where support may affect trade in goods within the European Union. So while the rest of the United Kingdom moves forward under one subsidy regime, Northern Ireland operates under a different legal shadow. The practical effects is hesitation in departments, hesitation in advice, hesitation in investment, because the final interpretation does not rest with the UK courts alone. That is not equality within the Union, and we cannot view this in isolation from the wider damage already being inflicted in Northern Ireland by the Protocol and the Windsor Framework. I've said it before in this House that the Protocol and Windsor Framework is not a minor technical adjustment to trade. It is a bureaucratic burden, a constitutional compromise and an economic noose around the businesses simply trading within our own internal market. And we see it evidenced here today in this bill when it doesn't apply to Northern Ireland. The failure is not anecdotal, it is measurable, it is documented and deeply felt. The Federation of Small Businesses has reported that 58% of businesses in Northern Ireland face moderate to significant challenges because of these arrangements. More than 1/3 have stopped trading with Great Britain altogether to avoid the cost and complexity. Let the reality of that sink in. That's not frictionless trade. That's not the best of both worlds. That is economic distortion inside our own country. I've spoken about the businesses that have had essential goods delayed from Scotland, costing time and money. I have raised the case of used agriculture machinery refused entry unless it meets EU standards, despite them being road-driven and clean. I've heard from retailers struggling to source ordinary goods from their main market in Great Britain because of paperwork and regulatory barriers that simply do not exist anywhere else in the United Kingdom. This is the lived reality of the Irish Sea border, and we're told that all of this is necessary to protect the Belfast Agreement. It's not. The agreement is built on consent. The principle that Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom cannot change without consent of its people. Yet our economic and legal position has been fundamentally altered without that consent. The agreement does not require an internal border within our sovereign state. It does not require that one part of the United Kingdom be subject to distinct regulatory and subsidy regime overseen in part by a foreign court, the European Court of Justice. This bill increases state support for British industry, but unless we confront the consequences of the Windsor Framework, honestly, Northern Ireland will potentially not benefit in step with England, Scotland and Wales. New Clause 1 simply asks for transparency. If Northern Ireland is genuinely benefiting equally, let the government publish the evidence annually. But if it once again, Northern Ireland is constrained while the rest of the United Kingdom moves freely, then this House also deserves to know just that. Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom. Our businesses pay the same taxes. They deserve the same support without qualification, without hesitation and without constraint. So that is why I support New Clause 1 and my colleagues on these benches, and I commend the Honourable Member for North Antrim for bringing it before the House today. Thank you.
Minister to wind up.
Madam Chair, I note that the creative industries have now achieved 5% growth in the last year, faster than any other part of the economy, and I think we've seen quite a creative industry this evening manage to get amendments into this very tightly constricted bill, and I'm happy to address some of the issues that I think some of them strayed somewhat wide of the mark of the bill itself. Let me turn first of all to the amendments from my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Wood Green. He and I have participated in many campaigns on forced labour and other issues, and I am entirely with him on the aim of wanting to prevent all modern slavery. I would just correct him on one factual mistake that he made. He said that the UK was the first country to ban slavery. It was Haiti. You could argue that the French, because they did it in 1804, you could argue that Napoleon abolished it, but then they returned to slavery afterwards. So, but it was Haiti that was first. But he makes a very good point that modern slavery is an abomination. It is morally wrong. Forced labour is morally wrong. It's also a taint on any kind of international trade. It undermines fair practice from other countries that don't engage in forced labour, and I'm determined to do everything I possibly can, both in this role and if I'm not in this role in the future, to make sure that we tackle forced labour in every single part of the way we run our economy. As a Labour member, it would be shocking if I weren't to say precisely that. I would say to him, he knows that I'm not going to accept his amendment because false, fake shock doesn't suit him as a look. I do think it would be wrong for us in this country to feed ourselves, to clothe ourselves, to house ourselves on the back of forced labour. We are engaged at the moment in a review of responsible business conduct. I very much hope that that will move us in a direction of being able to tackle this in a comprehensive way, rather than just in this particular area. I do want to reassure him that UK Export Finance take these issues extremely seriously. They are very diligent in the way that they analyse and look at any of their investments that they make to make sure that environmental and human rights issues are fully addressed before they make any financial commitment. We do intend to produce our response to the Responsible Business Conduct Review very soon. I can't give a precise date, as ministers rarely don't manage to produce dates, as he knows. The UKEF uses OECD standards and equator principles, It also reports extensively on this, as it is required to do under the two acts which apply to it, it works with the Office for Responsible Business Conduct's Disputes Resolution Unit, which provides a non-judicial grievance mechanism for looking at precisely all of these issues. So I'm not saying a long-term no to the request he's asking. I completely agree with the aim of what he's seeking to achieve. I think we already do that under UKEF, if he's got particular issues that arise in the future, I hope he will write to me, and I'll be very happy to respond to him. Yes, of course.
And I understand what he's saying very clearly, but I will say that a couple of examples I gave where this had slipped through the net does show that this is not perfect. And the second bit which I would put to him is, then does he think the government is likely, therefore, to deliver on what they said they would do, which is to take the modern-day Slavery Act and beef it up in such an extent that those companies importing and exporting have the responsibility to have checked their supply trains? Other than that, it would be a criminal offence.
I can't say anything more clearly than that I want to make sure that we in the UK are not reliant for our economic prosperity on the forced labour of others. And we need to make that as comprehensive and as effective as we possibly can. I would just say to him, I know the two cases that he referred to, and if he wants, I'm happy to write to him about those in precise detail, rather than delay the House tonight. But I would just say that, funnily enough, the precise processes that we went through in the UK in relation to UKEF and those cases would have been met by the US legislation as well, which is arguably not as effective as it would like to be. So I'm interested in being effective in this space, as interested as him. I'll turn to the Honourable Member for North Antrim, who gave an exceptionally good speech on why we shouldn't have left the European Union, I thought, and why we should never have accepted the deal that was put on the table. And I note that the people of Northern Ireland agreed with me on that subject and didn't agree with him on whether the UK should leave the European Union. I'm afraid that, however, if you just allow me, I'll respond to the points that were made by him and by the Honourable Member for Upper Bann, which is, first of all, the requirements under the new clause, I think, are completely unnecessary, because UKEF already reports annually, as required by legislation, all of which is cleared through the National Audit Office. It's all there, perfectly available for anybody to see. I got a sense that there was a suggestion that Northern Ireland was losing out because of the money from UKEF. Quite the reverse. I think if either of the honourable members want to go through what is already published in this sphere, then they can see for themselves precisely how well Northern Ireland does, and of course it should do, because we want to make the whole point of the two acts that we're referring to today is that they should be able to enable. I am going to give way to him if he just holds his horses for just a very brief moment. And of course I would make the point that two further points. First, that UKEF has offices across the whole of the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland. But I think there's a misunderstanding here, which is some people seem to suggest that what happens is that the government goes, give money to that business over there. That isn't what happens. What happens is that this is a demand-led process which leads to UKEF being able to respond to the demand that arises. We need to make sure that that is spread across the whole of the United Kingdom, and that's what we intend to do. Of course, I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Except that Northern Ireland would expect to do well out of this because proportionally we export much more of our industrial production than happens in other parts of the United Kingdom. And whilst he rails against the decision on Brexit, etc., does he accept that since the United Kingdom as a whole voted to leave the EU, the government's responsibility was to make sure that then the whole of the United Kingdom left on the same terms?
Well, I wasn't a member of the government and I didn't support the deal that he supported in the first place, which gave us some of the problems that we've got today. I want to make sure that all the businesses across the whole of the United Kingdom are able to export. I've made this point before, that it's just over 1 in 10 businesses in the UK export across around the world. If we could manage to double that, it would be very good. I think it's something like 16,000 UK businesses who used to export into the European Union no longer do so. I think that is an own goal, which is why we're trying to reset our relationship with the European Union so that we can do better on exports. I'll turn to the amendments from the Honourable Lady from Worcestershire. She was primarily aimed at money laundering and some of the issues that in relation to Russia. I want to make absolutely clear we are determined to do everything we possibly can to debilitate the Russian military complex. First of all, by making sure that it doesn't have the finances available to it because it is unable to trade in the rest of the world. And secondly, to make sure that it doesn't have the materiel, the kit that it needs to be able to conduct its war. And that's why the UK has implemented a comprehensive set of sanctions worth over £20 billion of UK-Russia trade. In the UK's next package of sanctions, we will introduce new sanctions on the direct and indirect export of goods from the UK to Russia, further tackling issues in chemicals, minerals and metals, which have been identified to have potential uses in Russia's military-industrial complex. We will target actors in Russia and third countries that support trade in Russian energy, including the shadow fleet vessels, refineries, terminals and their facilitators. And the government has, since January 2025, regularly updated detailed guidance, has regularly updated detailed guidance for exporters of at-risk goods, including the kind of things that the Honourable Lady referred to, which I think she was taking from an article in the Times, which was repeated in the Telegraph, or the other way around, detailing specific products and third countries where Russia is focusing efforts to circumvent sanctions. Of course, they attempt to be wily, but we are determined to outfox them. This guidance goes further than any partner countries, providing a unique resource for UK exporters. And on the back of that, I would say to the Honourable Lady, of course she's right that we want to tackle any attempt at money laundering, but I think that her amendment, first of all, it confuses the role of UKEF with the issues in the article in the Times, and secondly, it would duplicate measures that are already adopted by UKEF on the back of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, the Terrorism Act of 2000 and the 2017 Treasury regulations. If I come to new clause 2, which relates to steel. I would say again, Madam Chair, that the reporting requirements are very clear for UKEF under existing legislation, and so the precise issues that are in relation to steel, which we are very intent on making sure that we have a proper strategy so as to protect the sector for our security interests and for the jobs that it represents across the whole of the UK. That is all very important, but I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding in the amendment of how UKEF functions. It is essentially demand-led, not determined by government centrally, except in very exceptional circumstances. And there's one other flaw in the amendment, which is that most of the major steel plants in the UK are in assisted areas. So financial assistance usually comes from Section 7 of the Industrial Development Act rather than Section 8, which is what is referred to in the amendment. My honourable friends, the members for Hales-Owen, asked me several questions just about which I'll refer briefly to. He asked me about support for SMEs in particular. UKEF supported 496 SMEs in 2024-25, thanks in part to changes which have made it easier for smaller businesses to access UKEF funding, financing, and I'm determined to make sure that that continues. In relation to new clause 3, reporting on GDP and SMEs, I think I've already made the point that although Oxford Economics research shows that 115,000 businesses were effectively supported by UKEF, nonetheless all those reporting requirements that are in the amendments are already met in law, and consequently, Madam Chair, I hope that honourable members will not be supporting any of the amendments before us today.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 1 to Clause 2, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Sir Ian Duncan-Smith to move for Amendment 1 formally.
So moved formally.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No!
Division, clear the lobby. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Gregory Stafford, Rebecca Paul. Tellers for the noes, Mark Ferguson, Imogen Walker. Order.
The ayes to the right, 161. The noes to the left, 272.
The ayes to the right were 161. The noes to the left were 272. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. With the leave of the House, I shall put together the questions that clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 2 and 3 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. New clause 2 has been selected for a separate decision. Dame Harriet Baldwin to move new clause 2 formally.
Formally.
Impact of financial assistance limits on the steel industry.
The question is that new clause 2 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Gregory Stafford, Rebecca Paul. Tell us for the noes, Mark Ferguson, Imogen Walker.
The ayes to the right were 156, the noes to the left 273.
The ayes to the right were 156, the noes to the left 273, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. New clause 3 has been selected for separate decision. Joshua Reynolds to move new clause 3 formally.
Impact of financial assistance limits number 2.
The question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes are Charlotte Kane and Tessa Munt. The tellers for the noes, Mark Ferguson and Imogen Walker. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 77. The noes to the left, 280.
The ayes to the right were 77, the noes to the left 280, so the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Order, order. The question is that I do report the bill to the House. The question is that I do report the bill to the House. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Whip to report.
I beg to report that the committee has gone through the bill and directed me to report the same without amendment.
Third reading.
Now.
Minister to move third reading. Sir Chris Bryant.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank all honourable colleagues for their engagement on this bill and beg to move that the bill be read a third time. As you will know, Madam Deputy Speaker, Voltaire said that a small book is a great evil, but this small bill will do a great deal of good. It will ensure that the government can continue to support British industry and British exporters. £14.5 billion of UK export finance support last year is supporting up to 70,000 jobs, including across key industrial sectors like clean energy, advanced manufacturing, life sciences and automotives. And through existing provisions in the Industrial Development Act, the British Business Bank's Northern Powerhouse Investment Fund 2 has directly invested £115 million into over 300 small businesses. Similarly, in the Midlands Engine Investment Fund 2 has launched a £400 million fund to drive sustainable economic growth by supporting innovation and creating local opportunity for new and growing businesses. This bill ensures that the government can continue its investment into the British businesses that are the backbone of this economy. And I would like to thank the officials in my department, in particular James Copeland, Cal Stewart, Ellie Buck and Andrew Fernandez, and of course the whole of my private office who have helped me take this to this point. In tandem with our new trade strategy, more businesses than ever before will be empowered to export with the financial firepower of government behind them. And in combination with the modern industrial strategy, this government has ensured that the UK remains one of the strongest, most attractive and innovative economies in the world, both now and in the future. So it is with great pleasure that I commend this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Minister Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I sense that this is an occasion where the House would appreciate it if I were quite brief. I am grateful, though, to be able to set out our support for the principles of this bill. We will not be opposing third reading. It raises the statutory limits in a way that will enable the government to provide UK industry with additional support. And, of course, as His Majesty's official opposition, we want to see exports grow, investment increase and UK firms thrive. But we also believe that public money must be used responsibly, transparently and only where it's genuinely needed. And that's why we regret that the government opposed our amendments this evening. They didn't accept amendments, but we will continue to press for greater transparency around these very large sums of expenditure of public money. We will press for stronger safeguards and for a more coherent industrial strategy, particularly in the steel sector. We want to see British businesses succeed. We want exporters to have the support they need. We want public money to be used wisely and in the national interest. So while not opposing this bill today, we will continue to scrutinise the work of the department closely.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Joshua Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain is a trading nation. When our businesses win contracts abroad, they create jobs, raise wages and generate tax revenues needed to fund our public services. And expanding UK export finance's capacity to 160 billion and raising the limit for industry development to 20 billion sends a clear signal that we are open for growth and want our exporters to compete globally. That matters for advanced manufacturing, that matters for life sciences, for clean technology, and for the thousands of smaller firms right across every constituency who have the ambition to sell to the world. We support this bill because that ambition deserves to be backed. I am disappointed that the government couldn't support the amendments that we brought forward, and of course I'm disappointed that they couldn't do that because we've been asked today to approve near doubling of UKEF's statutory commitment limits without mechanisms we feel are required to verify whether these are working properly. UK Export Finance supported 667 businesses last year, and we are concerned that the eligibility criteria that UKEF have lock out firms trying to break into exporting for a first time, and this does remain unchanged. We also, of course, are concerned that the structural barriers that drive former exporters away from our largest export market in the European Union remain unaddressed. But we do support this bill because it's important that we move forward supporting those businesses that are exporting. But we are, as I say, concerned that we have missed an opportunity today to help support those British SMEs that want to go and start exporting, that used to export to the European Union that can't now, and we will monitor closely to make sure that this works in practice for all of those local SMEs.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the next order of the day.
Universal Credit, removal of two-child limit bill. Committee.
Now.
Order. Under the order of the House of the 3rd of February, we shall now move to the Committee of the whole House. Order.
Universal Credit, removal of two-child limit bill.
We begin with Clause 1, Stand Part, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses Stand Part and new clauses on the selection paper. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call the Minister, Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a privilege to bring this bill back before the House. This government believes that everybody should have opportunity in life, opportunity to achieve their potential and their ambitions, whatever their background. But too many children at the moment are held back by the scourge of poverty. It affects their well-being, how well they do at school, and then their prospects in their adult working lives as well. No child should have to face lifelong consequences like those, and neither should the country have to bear the huge costs of so much wasted talent and potential. Lifting the two-child limit is universal credit is the single most cost-effective lever we can pull to reduce substantially the number of children growing up in poverty. And in doing so, we're helping hundreds of thousands of children to live better lives, supporting their families, investing in their future success. It's this government's mission, Madam Chair, to break down barriers to opportunity, to change the course of children's lives for the better and to build a more hopeful future. And the bill makes a big contribution, delivering more security, more opportunity, more respect for families and communities across the UK. Clause 1 removes the universal credit two-child limit in Great Britain from April this year. By doing so, we'll lift 450,000 children out of poverty. So what that means is that for assessment periods starting on or after 6th of April, the universal credit child element will be included for all children in the household, increasing the amount of social security support available to families on universal credit with 3 or more children. All the associated exceptions will be removed at the same time, including the notorious rape clause. Yes, I will give way.
Specifically on that, does the department have good enough data on subsequent children? Have people put in the information that the department needs to ensure that the extra payments can be made timiously?
We're confident that we can do that for those from April onwards. Yeah. Reinstating support for all children in universal credit is a key step to tackling the structural drivers of child poverty. This bill, combined with other measures in our child poverty strategy, will lift over 500,000 children out of poverty. Clause 2 removes the two-child limit from universal credit in Northern Ireland from April. We are including Northern Ireland in the bill at the request of the Northern Ireland Executive, which is bringing forward a legislative consent motion in the usual way. I'm delighted to see the Honourable Member for Strangford in his place, and he made the point in the second reading debate that 50,000 children in North Ireland will be lifted out of child poverty, and as he rightly said, if anyone's against that, there's something wrong with them. I agree with him on that point, and I'm grateful to him for making it. I'm glad to give way to him.
Last opportunity, I very much welcome what government's bringing forward. It's good news, and as the honourable gentleman refers to, anybody that's against that, there's certainly something wrong with them, so I can't see that wouldn't be welcomed. In Northern Ireland, the fertility rate, just if I can follow this through, Madam Chair, the fertility rate in Northern Ireland is 1.71. To be stable, it needs to be 2.1. Does the honourable gentleman think this will encourage more people to have children? And if it does, then it's good news as well.
Well, I'm not sure what the effect will be. I mean, it's often said that having a Labour government has the effect of increasing the birth rate. Whether that will prove to be the case this time, I don't know. But Madam Chair, child poverty is a big challenge. Reducing it over the next 10 years will require commitment and collaboration across all 4 nations throughout that period. The strategy, including removing the two-child limit, builds on plans underway across government and devolved governments as well, and will continue to collaborate with devolved governments on this, particularly through the implementation phase that will now follow. Clause 3 sets out the territorial extent of the bill, the commencement dates for each of the sections, delegated powers, and the short title of the Act. So, Madam Chair, this government recognises the consequences of child poverty and the damage it does to a child's life chances. In the poorest 10% of areas, babies are twice as likely to die before they turn 1 as those in the wealthiest 10%. Poorer children are more likely to have mental health difficulties by age 11, more likely to be unemployed later and to earn less as adults. We estimate the bill will increase the Universal Credit Award for 560,000 families gaining on average £5,310 per year. It's a much-needed change from the choices of the previous government. They chose austerity, and children paid the price. Tackling child poverty is an investment in our economy and a down payment on Britain's future. We can't compete on... I will give way one more time. Yeah.
I'm really grateful to the Minister giving way. Before the House, there are 4 new clauses to the legislation which set out a pathway through which to generate data, particularly around the welfare cap, which we know holds back 141,000 children. Will he, in the assessments which government made, particularly draw out the impact of the welfare cap on those children and look to remove it to ensure that those children aren't held back in poverty?
Well, I'm sure we will turn to the points that she's made in a few moments, but I can reassure my honourable friend that we will be undertaking a thorough evaluation of the impacts of the strategy. We'll be publishing regular updates, and I think she'll find there the information that she's interested in. But, Madam Chair, we can't leave millions of children to succumb to the damaging impacts of poverty. The government wants instead to invest in children and to invest in Britain's future, and I beg to move that all 3 clauses stand part of the bill.
Minister Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and I am in part going to speak effectively to Amendments 1 and 2, although they're not ones we're going to be voting on this evening. But essentially, I'm speaking because we do not believe that scrapping the two-child limit, lifting it in this way, is the way to tackle child poverty. Now, when Conservatives introduced the two-child limit in 2017, we did so for one simple reason: fairness. We believed then, as we do now, that people on benefits should face the same financial choices about having children as those supporting themselves solely through work. 9 years later, we stand by this principle. The welfare state should be a safety net for people in genuine need, yet today, too many people feel the welfare system has drifted from its original purpose. They see a system that rewards dependency while working families and individuals shoulder the tax burden. The two-child limit is a way of saying that work should pay, that taking responsibility should matter, and the system should stand with those who pull their weight. Sure.
I'm excited to hear that the member opposite thinks that work should pay. Could she perhaps tell us why, during the last government, we went from 1 in 3 children in poverty having a parent in work to 2 in 3 children in poverty having a parent in work?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but we also know that poverty did decrease under the last government, so I'm going to keep making some progress on this. True compassion for families in poverty means offering sustainable solutions, not just sticking plasters. We need to tackle the root causes of poverty rather than masking the symptoms. This means dealing with structural issues which damage children's life chances rather than simply handing out families more cash. It is worth noting that the two-child limit has had no significant negative effects on school readiness for third or subsequent children in England. Indeed, school readiness is a cornerstone metric of the government's opportunity mission, and Labour and other opponents may criticise the cap for all sorts of reasons, but scrapping it will not be a cost-effective way of improving children's educational development. Now, in terms of holistic solutions, we know that work is the single most transformative route out of poverty. Work provides stability, self-respect, and the crucial stepping stones to a better future. We should be doing everything we can to ensure that families on universal credit can access meaningful employment. As I have said before, children in long-term workless households are 4 times more likely to be materially deprived. They are 10% more likely to end up workless themselves. When we were in government, Conservatives oversaw a consistent reduction in the number of children in workless households, yet under Labour, this number has reached a 9-year high. There are now 1.2 million children living in homes where no parent has worked for over a year. Without a working parent at home, children miss out on seeing the rhythms and rewards of working life: the morning alarm, the daily routine, the pride of earning a wage, and the discipline of saving up for things that matter. But this government seems bent on disincentivising work and destroying jobs. Many of the jobs disappearing under Labour's disastrous Employment Rights Act are the very jobs most accessible for people on universal credit. In the hospitality sector alone, 111,000 jobs were lost between 2024 and 2025 budgets. Construction trades have been badly hit as well. Last week, one of my constituents, a mother with an autistic 16-year-old son, contacted me. He is desperate to find a carpentry apprentice. He has rung as many employers in Plymouth as he can. Not a single company can afford to take him on. In fact, according to his mum, whereas last year there were 20 suitable apprenticeships available, this year there have only been 3 on offer. Time and time again, small businesses tell me that they are struggling with Labour's increased employment costs. They simply cannot afford the financial burden and the time commitment required to train younger apprentices. Britain's youth unemployment rate is now higher than Europe's for the first time since records began. There are now 150,000 more young people who are out of work than when Labour took office, and in total we have 729,000 16 to 24-year-olds who are unemployed. Now, true compassion means creating a system that is fair to working families, especially those whose incomes are only just above the threshold for universal credit. In this place 3 weeks ago, I mentioned a self-employed mother who encapsulates this issue of fairness. She confided in me that she and her husband are seriously considering whether they can afford to get pregnant again. She is one of many working mums who face a heart-wrenching dilemma: fulfill her longing to have another baby and lose her earnings as a result, or do what is affordable and risk a lifetime of regret for the child she never had. To working parents, and particularly the self-employed across the country, scrapping the cap sends entirely the wrong message. They are making difficult choices about family size because the state is not going to swoop in and cover the cost. Can we Can we really look working parents in the eye and say that we voted for a system that requires them to make tough decisions while absolving families on benefits from these same dilemmas?
Is she aware what percentage of people who are subject to the two-child cap currently are in work? And is she aware that 22% of people on universal credit earn more money than the personal allowance and therefore pay income tax?
So I thank the Honourable Lady for her intervention, which actually provides me with a great opportunity to be able to say something that I discovered, well, probably realised again in preparing for this debate, which is that actually, yes, we do know that there are lots of working people who claim universal credit, but what we don't know is how many hours those people work to be able to ascertain how many of them are full-time workers and how many are part-time workers. Now, of course, if they're full-time workers, there's one argument to be made, but the vast majority of them, as I would assume, are part-time workers, in which case we need to be encouraging them to work more hours. And I'm going to get to a point where this is a problem later with all the other passported benefits that they get once they are entitled to universal credit. Now, how can it be fair to expect working parents to subsidise other families' decisions that lie beyond their own financial reach? And we must not forget the single people whose household overheads are higher than those in dual-income households. There were 8.4 million people living alone in the UK in 2024, nearly 30% of households. They too should not be saddled with the extra tax burden that scrapping the two-child limit will inevitably create. Now, this Labour government prefers handouts to hard choices. Giving away cash will always be more popular than exercising fiscal responsibility. The backbenchers like it, the left-wing think tanks like it, the families who will get thousands more pounds every year like this, and who can blame them? Spending other people's money is an easy way for the government to feel good about itself. But this money, Madam Chair, must come from somewhere. This government is only pretending that it can afford to scrap the cap. Originally, this government said it was unaffordable, which is true. The cost of this policy will be about £3.5 billion. But instead of sticking to his guns, our Prime Minister has capitulated to his backbenchers. It requires backbone to bring the welfare budget under control, and backbone is exactly what Labour lacks. By contrast, previous Conservative governments did indeed control spending. Until the pandemic, spending on working-age welfare fell in real terms. This is why we have committed to save £23 billion. We will crack down on the abuse of motability. We will stop handing out benefits to foreign nationals because citizenship should mean something. We will stop giving benefits to people with low-level mental health problems to ensure that we can target support to the people who need it most. Under Labour, the overall benefits bill continues to balloon. By the end of this decade, health and disability benefits alone are set to reach £100 billion. I did read that right. Scrapping the cap is fiscally irresponsible, and Labour knows it. This bill will only increase the tax burden on hard-working men and women whose household budgets are already being stretched to the limit. Yeah, I will give way.
I have to say, Madam Chair, that I feel I have to disagree with the Honourable Lady, and I do it for a very simple reason. As the Minister said in his introduction, he mentioned my comments in the last debate on this. There's 50,000 children in poverty in Northern Ireland will be lifted out of that poverty, will have the opportunity, will have a better standard of living. 13,000 families will have a better standard of living. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can say this, I think the mark of any society is whenever those who are less well off, who need help, that we must help them. And I think that's why government is doing the right thing. They're helping the people to lift them out of poverty. Yes. And what's wrong with that?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and of course how we care for the most vulnerable is the mark of our society, but as Conservatives we don't believe that it's simply by trying to lift them up through giving them extra cash. All we are doing is changing that relative poverty measure. We're not suddenly lifting all these people out of poverty because we're giving them more money. We don't know what they're going to spend that money on. What we need to do is spend the money. What we need to do is spend the money on actually putting in place things that are not the sticking plasters, but that actually have a systemic impact and bring people from a long-term poverty into long-term being in a position to afford what they need to. Now, Madam Chair, inflation has soared to nearly twice as high as when this government first entered office. Food prices are rising, utility bills are rising, even the cost of relaxing at the pub with a beer is rising. You do not lift children out of poverty by making the whole country poorer, as my honourable friend, the member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, has argued so persuasively before. When inflation rises, spending power falls. The money you earn buys less because each pound is worth less than it was before. Indeed, the money you receive on benefits is also worth less because of inflation. Families feel it at the checkout, at the petrol station, and with every bill that drops through the floor. Inflation not only squeezes family budgets, it narrows their choices. With the cost of everyday essentials continuing to climb, many working families are being forced to delay or even abandon plans for another child. Scrapping the two-child cap gives families on benefits a choice that many working households can no longer dream of: the ability to grow their family without facing financial choices. This kind of unfairness erodes trust in our social contract. The social contract is an implicit agreement between citizens and the state, which gives the state its legitimacy. People work and pay their taxes. In return, they trust the state to step in if they fall on hard times. They trust the state to spend their taxes responsibly on their behalf. But the welfare system has become totally lopsided. Over half of households in this country now receive more from the state than they pay into it. Taxpayers are supporting a system larger than themselves. Scrapping the two-child limit will further exacerbate this imbalance. And the problem doesn't stop there. There is an entire shadow system working alongside universal credit. As I've mentioned before, passported benefits are costing the taxpayer £10 billion every single year. These include healthy food cards, discounted broadband and free prescriptions. Put together, they distort work incentives, leading to a cliff-edge denial of these entitlements when a claimant comes off universal credit. Many parents want to be working, but they are better off remaining on benefits once they factor in their loss of eligibility for these extra entitlements. Yet again, they have been let down by a system which should be supporting them into work, not trapping them on benefits. Finally, one final time.
Shadow Minister, remind the House in terms of the weekly rate for the standard UC allowance.
I'm not particularly very well today, so she'll forgive me if my memory is foggier than normal. That's why I'm wearing my glasses, and it's why I'm struggling not to cough throughout this debate. So I'm happy to have a conversation with her after, but testing me on those sorts of particular things at this particular time is perhaps not the kindest thing to do. The two-child limit is about basic fairness to working parents, the very people who take taxes, whose taxes fund our welfare system. They are already making tough decisions about the size of their own families. We cannot accept people on benefits from those hard choices. Scrapping the cap is a direct insult to the working families this country relies on. This government should remember the case it once made for keeping the cap. When the Prime Minister suspended 7 of his own MPs in 2024 for voting to scrap it, he did so on the basis that the policy was simply too expensive. Now he has bowed to pressure from his backbenchers, but nothing has changed. It is still unaffordable. Why is this government preparing to spend billions removing the two-child limit when it cannot even get a grip on rising unemployment? We should be expanding real routes into work, not deepening incentives to remain on benefits.
Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Madam Chair, I speak in support of the amendment in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Hayes, and Harlington and myself and others, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Scrapping the two-child limit in full remains the single most impactful step we can take to reduce child poverty. It will lift 450,000 children out of poverty by 2030, and combined with other measures in the child poverty strategy, more than 550,000 children will be lifted out of poverty by the end of the decade. Now, some in this House have said, how can the country justify this multi-billion-pound spend? It's around £3 billion a year. But child poverty costs the UK economy £39 billion annually, more than 10 times as much. That's £39 billion reflecting poorer health, lower educational attainment, increased pressure on public services and lost economic potential. So investing £3 billion to reduce a £39 billion problem is not reckless spending. It's a highly targeted, cost-effective investment with long-term returns. It's preventative policy at its very best. Now, others have asked, why should taxpayers support larger families? Well, the honest truth is that only a very small number of families have more than 4 children, and almost all of them are working hard to provide for them. The two-child limit has had no measurable impact on family planning. It's not influenced fertility rates. It simply punishes children who are already here. And every child, regardless of birth order, deserves enough food, don't they? A safe home and a fair start in life. And when children are supported to thrive, they do better in school, they stay healthier, and they contribute more fully as adults, and that benefits all of us. And finally, for those who argue that support should not go to families out of work, remember this: 6 in 10 children affected by the two-child limit live in households where at least one parent works. And those families are taxpayers too. And as my mum says, there but for the grace of God go I. Crisis can happen at any moment, in an instant. Bereavement, illness, redundancy, family breakdown can push any household into temporary reliance on universal credit. And a humane and flexible social security system exists to provide stability in those moments of crisis. So I urge all members of this House to support the passage of today's bill. But of course, this must just be the start, and we must go further. And alongside scrapping the two-child limit, we have got to address the wider benefit cap introduced in 2013. It's bore down on the backs of many families like a rucksack full of lead. Organisations including the Child Poverty Action Group, End Child Poverty Coalition, Save the Children UK, the Children's Society, Barnardo's, Action for Children and the Joseph Roundy Foundation have all highlighted the damaging impact of the overall cap. It places arbitrary ceilings on support regardless of rent levels, local costs or family size. It disproportionately affects single parents, overwhelmingly women, and families in high-cost areas. It drives rent arrears, temporary accommodation and homelessness. And the evidence is clear: it doesn't meaningfully increase employment. What it does is it increases hardship. So if we're serious about tackling structural poverty, we can't remove one barrier while leaving one firmly in place. Lifting the overall benefit cap would complement the removal of the two-child limit, ensuring that the gains we make today are not clawed back through arbitrary ceilings that fail to reflect real living costs. So I applaud the government for scrapping the two-child cap. It's the right thing to do. But now I hope that the Minister can give us some assurances today that his next step will be to look at lifting the benefit cap.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Charlie Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. It's been a very painful path to get to this point, but I'd quite simply like to say that I welcome what the government is bringing in today. Reversing the two-child limit will lift 540,000 children out of absolute poverty, and it is unquestionably the right thing to do. Certainly for those children and for their families, but also for our economy, our public services, and for our society as a whole. Children growing up in poverty face worse educational outcomes, poorer physical and mental health, and fewer opportunities in adulthood. As the member for Salford has just pointed out, this has a huge economic cost on our society as well, and investing now a relatively small amount for great gains later is a very sensible thing to be doing. This change will be worth up to £5,000 per year for each of the 500 families, more than 500 families in my Witney constituency who have been impacted by this cap. I have had heartbreaking emails and surgeries, and I'm sure we all have, from constituents impacted by this cap, who have had to skip meals in order to ensure their children don't go without, because their money each month simply doesn't stretch far enough. Our food banks help enormously, but relying on them is not the solution, obviously. So too many children and families have been trapped in poverty because of the previous decision to impose this cap and this government's stubborn decision to keep it until now. And I wish this had happened a year ago, and that would have saved a lot of trouble and stress for the families and children involved, but also for a few members in this chamber tonight. So I commend the Labour MPs who lost the whip for fighting to end this policy for their courage. And I'm sure that it is their voices and actions which have played a large part in bringing this government now to bring forward this legislation. However, while this bill is very narrow in scope, I think we should also recognise that it is only one step towards tackling child poverty, and there is much more we need to do. And that is what the amendment, tabled by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Torbay, highlights. Ministers will no doubt have seen the report by the Joseph Randry Foundation published, which while welcoming the decision to lift the cap, warned that progress on tackling child poverty as a result of removing the two-child benefit cap will likely stall after April, that's 2 months away, unless this is supported by further follow-up measures. The headlines from that report were that the number of people living in very deep poverty was at the highest level in more than 30 years, based on 2023-24 figures. But now this government must make an absolute priority to address this. That is why we are calling on the government to look at the much wider issues of overall levels of child poverty, levels of destitution and deep poverty among households with children, educational and physical and mental health outcomes for children in households affected by poverty. They need to thoroughly assess this a year after the passage of this bill and report back to the House on its impact. Certainly.
Whether he was aware of the tackling child poverty strategy and the inquiry that the Education and Work and Pensions committees is doing, which is looking at just that, as well as the published data that the Education Secretary published just before Christmas, I think.
Yes, I am, and I congratulate you, well, the member as chair and the committee for doing all that good work, and many thanks. That may encourage the government to take steps that go beyond this welcome but narrow bill to support children and their families who are struggling week to week to get by, including, for example, auto-enrolment of all those who are eligible for free school meals so that children are automatically considered eligible when their parents apply for relevant benefits or financial support, or giving people the ability to juggle caring responsibilities alongside work without falling into hardship by increasing the value of carer benefits, particularly for those on low incomes.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Chair. There could be no greater cause for a government than to lift children out of poverty, and that's why I very much welcome the removal of the two-child limit. However, Joseph Rowntree Foundation have reported 141 children in families who will not see the full benefit of that change. 50,000 children, the poorest of our children, who will get no benefit whatsoever because of the benefit cap. And therefore, we have to really examine the impact of the benefit cap on these families and how it is holding those children back in poverty. Of course, we must strain every sinew in order to address poverty, looking at issues like sanctions in the welfare system, looking at things like the spare room subsidy, which this government championed so much with the bedroom tax campaign, and so much more. And of course, we know the impact, especially on disabled children, growing up in poverty has the greatest cost to the state than if their poverty and destitution were to be addressed. And of course, poverty is a source of many adverse childhood experiences, causing multiple disadvantages to children and changing their life trajectories. My work at looking into the intersection of child poverty and the 1001 critical days shows the causal link. When I recently met with the Director of Midwifery and discussed poor maternal outcomes, she impressed on me how addressing the multiple indices for which poverty is at its root is the most significant step we could take. Low birth rate, domestic violence, substance use, and intergeneral disadvantage lead to setting a baby and then a child and then an adult onto a negative trajectory. So when it comes to lifting children out of poverty, we have to look at what's holding the current 4.5 million children in poverty, 2 million in deep poverty and 1 million in destitution. So it is to be celebrated, the steps the government has made, but there is much, much more to do. Last week I had the privilege of launching Kate Pickett's new book, The Good Society. So has spent the last couple of weeks engrossed in statistics and research on the impact of poverty on our society, the causes and solutions. If the Minister hasn't read it yet, I suggest he makes it his priority. I describe the book as a manifesto because I believe it echoes our values, but also provides the evidence base the Minister needs as to why holding children down in poverty is a moral ill, when the evidence that to remove the cap will save the government substantially more and give a child a better outcome in health, education, employment, in justice and in society. The government said it was going to invest in a decade of renewals, so would reap the benefits within 2 terms of office were it to remove the benefit cap. These 4 new clauses before us today call for an assessment, which the government must be keen to do. If we don't, the academics clearly will drive out the data and present it to us. And I simply say to the party opposite that they are wrong on the base of evidence. We need to look at the number of children who have now been pushed into poverty under the last 14 years. Life expectancy in our developed country now 24th out of 38 in the OECD, and infant mortality now 29th. There is a causal link. So whether health outcomes, educational outcomes, impact on family or the justice system, the prevalence of their roots are traced back to poverty in childhood. If we are serious about cutting the social security cost or cutting the prison population cost to the exchequer, the only path means that we have to invest to end child poverty and take ambition beyond that of the child poverty strategy launched by our government. Evidence in York, where we have introduced free school meals, has shown that we are lifting children out of poverty, and the outcomes are significantly enhanced for those children. Their health outcomes, their educational outcomes are to be seen. I'm just going to continue. And therefore we need to ensure that we move all children out of poverty, because we also see that the risks a child has in poverty, including exploitation, can be addressed if we put the right security around a child. And there is strong correlation between children in the justice system and poverty, and with over half of children in secure accommodation eligible to free school meals. While the evidence set out in the Good Society is so powerful as to why we need to lift children out of poverty, and we are rightfully grateful of the steps made, we have got more to do. Further, we know that 30% of disabled people live in poverty, and the risk of deep poverty is 60% higher in families where someone is a disabled person. And it is right, therefore, in new clause 2 that we seek to find deeper evidence. One of the reasons why ensuring that we look at the benefit cap to my constituency is because we've got one of the highest costs of living in the country, and therefore the cost of housing is holding those families back, not having the resources in order to pay for the basics for their children. And that's why I've worked with Citizens Advice in York to talk about these issues and said that I would raise them with the Minister today. And as Pickett and Wilkinson point out on the spirit level, the inequality, with the UK the second worst in the world, is the root of each strand of social disadvantage. The successive works of academics, leading to 2 reports by Sir Michael Marmot, have shown the impact on health outcomes, and whether in education or justice or housing or welfare, or indeed having any agency at all, we have a social and moral imperative to end the inequalities that widened since the 2008 economic crash. So I call on the Minister to look specifically at the benefit cap and to move those children forward, to lift them out of poverty. Because if we can turn the tables on their life outcomes, we know that this can make such a significant difference. And if we're serious about our society gaining from the economic and social advantage of ending child poverty, we must look further, a minimum income guarantee as a next step, and seriously consider a universal basic income so no child experiences the deep and pernicious poverty that this place has for far too long held them in, suppressing their life chances and causing such harm.
Can I just remind members that we are specifically talking to the amendments this evening? Sian Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The government should have brought this bill forward as soon as it was elected 19 months ago, but it failed to do that. It could have listened to the families with more than 200,000 children who are enduring or facing the overall benefit cap before making its final plans, but it failed to do that. Ministers still could have listened at second reading when many honourable members, including myself, said this policy was too narrow. The government could have widened this bill's scope, but it failed to do that. This bill is not wrong, but it fails to do right by far too many children. I am here now to speak in support of my new Clause 1, which has wide cross-party support. This clause would mandate within 6 months a full assessment of the families left in poverty by the failure of the government to tackle the overall benefit cap, showing its impact on each of our constituencies and the families we represent. We need to know who is being left out from the help in this bill, including who is being left in poverty. And we need to know the wider impacts too as the change takes hold. This includes the removal of exemptions, because at the same time, this government is seeking to remove people from the few qualifying benefits that exempt people from the cap, including disability benefits. This wider attack on benefit claimants threatens to make the gap in the bill even worse. We also...
Has she got the idea why the government has left the overall benefit cap in place, knowing full well that it will lead to this massive anomaly with other children driven into poverty at the very time we should be taking all children out of poverty?
I sincerely thank the honourable member for that intervention, because I did raise this at second reading, and ministers there, they gave answers that actually echoed rather horribly the prejudicial, stereotypical arguments that we heard moments ago from the opposition spokesperson, implying that it would incentivise people to work, when we know it really only drives people into poverty. Today we also have excellent proposals in New Clause 3 and New Clause 4, which has the same goal. I appreciate fully the request for consultation and the provision of cost estimates in New Clause 4. And New Clause 3 is very helpful in looking at the impact of the bill on families with disabled people and on mental health. These are all very important considerations. And I think from listening to debate at second reading and today, looking at the amendments, across many parties on both sides of this House, a near consensus, excluding the Conservative Party, we have that the government isn't going nearly as far as it should. The fact is that the overall benefit cap is just as cruel, just as driven by prejudice and stereotype as the two-child limit, and the Conservatives should never have introduced it. Those affected include nearly 1,000 families in my constituency of Brighton Pavilion. It is a high proportion due to our excessive housing costs, and that is the point. Whatever extreme examples those on the right wing of politics wave around, these families don't get to keep and enjoy this funding that they get from social security. They go straight out again in the absolute basics, and sky-high rents are responsible for most of the higher living costs that put people on the cap. And the money they receive, often on top of hard-won low wages, just goes straight out to the pockets of landlords. This cap punishes the wrong people. So today I want a clear commitment from ministers, setting out how they will collect data, analyse it and report back to this House very swiftly on the families they are not helping with this bill. And then I want a clear commitment to fill this huge gap in their child poverty strategy, which so many charities agree with. Some might call this a U-turn, but through another lens it would just be a very welcome last-minute equaliser. Real help, more support, not spin and delay, is what these children's lives deserve.
John McDonnell.
Thank you, Chair. I want to speak to New Clause 4 in my name and in the name of many of honourable members, but it echoes New Clause 1 and also New Clause 3. And the reason for it, and I take the reference from the Honourable Member for Strangford, really. When we came together to discuss the two-child limit and this piece of legislation, the House was filled largely with compassion, because we had a view that we just couldn't stand by and watch so many of our children living in poverty. And that's why we welcomed the bill. That's why we've campaigned for it for so long. And we were building an element of consensus across a large part of the part of the House. But the problem that we've got has been pointed out by my honourable friend for Salford, from York and from Brighton Pavilion, is that a good bill is being ruined, really, or damaged anyway, by avoiding the issue of the overall benefit cap. So, as it's impossible for backbenchers to move amendments which will incur government expenditure, it was impossible for us to move a straight amendment to abolish the overall cap. So we've come at it through the amendments that we've tabled, which is simply saying to the government, please acknowledge that what the abolition of the two-child limit does is it leaves a large number of our children in poverty. Our friend from York has said 141. I think the figure is about 150,000 on the last estimate. 50,000 families who gain nothing as a result of this excellent piece of legislation, but doesn't go far enough. And there's another 30,000, I think, in the figures that only get some partial benefit. So all these amendments are saying to government, because we can't move an amendment tonight that will scrap the cap, at least consult about the implications of this bill and those it leaves behind. And in the new clause amendment, the new clause I put forward, I just listed a number of those organisations that we all depend upon for the analysis of poverty and the discussion of the implications. So these are not revolutionary amendments. They're straightforward. Just please tell us in government what your next steps are, because it has to include, we think, the tackling of the overall cap itself. And I welcome the reviews that are going on, but whilst those reviews are going on, time is ticking over. And just as we had it took us a year to arrive at the debate and final conclusion on the two-child limit, we could be into another year of all those children still living in poverty.
Thank my honourable friend right honourable friend for giving way. So the response to my right honourable friend will be that everything that everybody has just been asked for is actually in the terms of reference for the child poverty inquiry. So the outcomes that you would like will be addressed within the child poverty strategy inquiry from the Education Committee.
That's why I urge the government ministers to ensure that they act swiftly on the response of that review. Because I believe all logic drives those reviews to actually come up with a recommendation that that overall cap will be eliminated once and for all. And I'm hoping we can get something from the Minister tonight, some form of words that recognises the seriousness of the issue, recognises the urgency of the issue itself, but then also recognising that those reviews will be reported swiftly, I believe, and therefore we could then, I think, and almost consensually have legislation brought through in this House, and we could get it through incredibly speedily. I just want to comment on what the opposition spokesperson has said, and I'm sorry she's not very well, and I hope when she recovers that she'll discover compassion, because that's not what we heard tonight. Because we need to understand the genesis of the overall cap as well as the two-child limit. And the genesis goes back to the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, when our financial sector operated like a casino. We came to a financial crisis, and when George Osborne was elected in 2010 as the Chancellor and became the Chancellor, he then decided actually it wasn't about the deregulation of our financial sector, it was about government overspending. It never was. So he introduced a policy of austerity, and the way to introduce austerity was to target the most vulnerable. So he targeted, the argument that there was no money left. The argument of the no money left was disproved time and time again. The argument the Tories put forward is that we're spending too much on tackling poverty, we're spending too much paying for teachers, we're paying too much for our health service, when the crisis was brought about as a result of speculation for deregulation under the Tories for over 30 years, I'd say.
The right honourable gentleman is experienced enough to know that he strayed some distance from the bill.
True, true. So I'll just bring that section to a fairly rapid response. Because what happened is the Chancellor at that point in time...
We are going to return to the amendments to this bill.
So the amendment to this bill is to tackle that inequity that was introduced as a result of George Osborne's policies to target children and disabled people, because that's what it did. And that's what this was about. And what the Conservatives have done today, Chair, is what they did in 2013 when they introduced it. They thought, how can we construct a moral argument for this? So they reverted to the 19th century poor law. I will in a sec. They reverted to the argument of less eligibility, because that's what it was. In the 19th century poor law, the idea was that someone who's in need of support should never, ever be raised to the level of decency of an ordinary labourer. And that's what this was. This argument from the 19th century that you cannot allow people to actually be raised out of poverty. They must remain in poverty. And that's what the poor law did, and that's what this did. It thrust hundreds of thousands of children into poverty and deep poverty. I'll give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Was it not the member for Chingford who, on a visit to Glasgow, discovered there was much poverty and then decided it was all the fault of there being too many children, so decided to punish the children for being poor in order to teach the next generation a lesson? Immoral nonsense that belongs with Malthus, not with any logical, socially minded human being.
The poor law, less eligibility moral case was disproven because of the implications of it. The results of it was to drive people into poverty and real hardship, and in particular children. And that's what the two-child limit did, and that's what the overall cap has done. So all we're appealing for from the government tonight is to having introduced this excellent piece of legislation, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty. Please don't leave the 150,000 behind. Give us an indication tonight that there will be a plan from government to tackle that issue. Because again, we were virtually united in compassion when this bill was introduced. We can be united in compassion once again to ensure that we scrap the overall cap. But there is a sense of urgency now, because I don't want children in my constituency to continue to live in such poverty, to continue to live in homeless accommodation, in temporary accommodation, to continue to live, yes, in deep poverty, not able to go on those school trips that other kids do within their classroom, not be able to afford the new shoes, the new coats and all the rest of it. This is almost the same sort of speeches that were made in the 19th century in this place itself. It was why actually the Labour Party was founded in the first place, that we represent working class people and that we want to eradicate poverty from our society. So I urge the Minister to give us some indication tonight of the next steps in this bill to incorporate in the consideration of this bill as we pass it into law about what the next bill will look like. And surely it's got to ensure the abolition of the cap itself.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to speak this evening in support of Amendments 1 and 2, laid in the name of my honourable friend and next-door neighbour. One of the most basic principles of any successful society is that those who work hard are able to reap the rewards. Yet under this government, millions of families are being squeezed by high tax rates, rising prices and increasing energy bills. They're not working any less hard, but many of them are ending up with less money at the end of the month, every month. That's less money to spend on day-to-day essentials and less money to save for a house, a holiday, or for a birthday present or school trip for their children. These are the real-life consequences of this government's decisions. And what many of those families see is their money taken by the government and wasted or spent on those who choose not to work. A recent study suggests that a family with 3 children and both parents working would need to earn £71,000 to match the income of a 3-child family in which neither parent works when the cap is lifted. How can it be right that one couple can wake up early every day, go to work, perhaps even take extra hours at their job, and end up with the same amount of money as their neighbours who do not work at all? It's their money which will be spent to pay for those who do not work. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor know this, but they're choosing to lift the two-child cap anyway. This is a disgraceful way to treat millions of people across the country who are doing everything they're supposed to do and being punished for it.
Brian Leishman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There are pockets of Grangemouth with the deepest poverty in Scotland. While tonight in Clackmannanshire, 29% of children will go to bed living in destitution. Hunger and hardship are becoming more common. That's why I support the amendment from my right honourable friend from Hayes and Harlington this evening. Now, it's obvious that 4 decades of deindustrialisation and the economic and social consequences that have followed have been devastating for communities like mine. And of course, I also understand that we can't reverse 40 years of decline in 19 months, but we must be bolder than we have been so far, because to delay will be lethal. And let's talk about stability. After 14 years of austerity, then a global pandemic that exaggerated the inequality austerity created, and then a cost of living crisis that is making people poorer, then stability just won't cut it. It's transformation we need. And truthfully, there is plenty money in society. The problem is, who holds it? With solutions like an annual wealth tax on the very wealthiest in society, those with assets of over £10 million and more, and the redistribution of that wealth into public services, education, health, then we will improve people's living standards and effectively tackle the scourge of poverty. But to do that will mean making very different political choices. But our Labour government must meaningfully shift the dial on poverty in my constituency and across the entire country. Those choices have to be taken by us because, frankly, we know that no one else will. Now, there's no doubt that lifting the two-child cap will help many families in my communities, but we can't stop there, as my honourable friend from Salford said earlier. Because sadly, Labour governments don't come round all that often. And we have the chance to be a Labour government that transforms Britain into a fairer, more equal place that my communities and others like them all over the country so desperately need. So, tonight I urge the government to do much, much more, and to think of previous Labour government's record on lifting people out of poverty and the words of a previous Labour Prime Minister. Because we are a moral crusade or we are nothing. It's about time that we acted like that.
Anne Davis.
Cadeirydd, I stand to speak in support of New Clause 1 submitted in the name of the Honourable Member from Brighton Pavilion. The two-child cap should never have been introduced in the first place. And to my honourable friend from South West Devon, I gently ask, as one of 4 siblings, was I, the third born, worth less than my 2 older sisters or my younger sister? And as a mother of 3 daughters, was any one of my children worth less than anyone else, than any of the others? Well, absolutely not. And at its most basic, this is what this policy is about. I also was in receipt of free school meals, and I remember well queuing up outside the school secretary's door to collect my dinner token. So I would have been one of these statistics, one of the 31% of children in Wales growing up in financial poverty. Not emotional poverty, not poor in love, but in financial poverty, and there's a huge difference there. And that's why this bill is necessary. Ending the two-child cap causes an 11% fall in child poverty and nearly 20% drop in deep poverty, according to the modelling by the Bevan Foundation and Policy in Practice. But this bill's success in tackling poverty is limited by other government policies, especially the benefit cap. And as it stands, the benefit cap limits total income from certain social security payments to 22,000, not the 71,000 that's been mentioned here, for couples and single parents outside London, frozen at that rate for the 26-27 by the Labour government. Now, over 3,000 households were already affected by the benefit cap in Wales as of May last year, and 83% of those were households with children, the majority with 3 or more children. So these families will not benefit at all from this bill. In fact, the Bevan Foundation estimates that more than 1 in 5 households affected by the 2-child limit will not fully benefit from its removal because of the benefit cap. The Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion's new Clause 1 places a duty on the Secretary of State to publish an impact assessment of the effects of the bill, which includes an estimate of these households which will not see the full benefits of removing the 2-child limit because of the benefit cap. And I support this amendment as a way to understand the real impact of leaving the benefit cap where it is on families across our nations and our communities. But it doesn't go far enough, as many have said. As Plaid Cymru spokesperson, I tried to ensure the UK Government also tackled the benefit cap, as well as the 2-child limit. But the narrow scope of the bill meant that I could not put amendments to do this. Only the Labour Government can make this bill include changes to the benefit cap and to help further reduce the unacceptable levels of poverty within our communities. The UK Labour Government has said it is committed to tackling child poverty. When 31% of children in my constituency are in poverty, now is the time for the Government to show that commitment in action. I therefore urge the Secretary of State to use powers available to him to legislate to scrap the benefit cap alongside the 2-child limit and make a real difference to children and families across all our communities.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in favour of the bill, but I want to speak against Amendment 1 as an attempt to gut the bill and defeat the bill's purpose entirely. Madam Chair, there are moments in politics where the questions before us are not complicated, where in fact they are simple, about dignity, compassion and the kind of country that we choose to be. And I'll start, Madam Chair, with an important aspect of this bill. Forcing women to disclose and prove rape in order to feed their child was one of the most cruel and indefensible features ever embedded in our welfare system. Scrapping that clause restores something fundamental, humanity. There have been and there are constituents in Portsmouth carrying trauma quietly, while still working, parenting and trying to hold their families together. They have needed and still need support, not interrogation. No mother should ever have to relive the worst moments of their life just to put food on their table. Madam Chair, it should never have been in place in the first place, and it needs to go. Alongside this injustice sits another harmful narrative, the suggestion, Madam Chair, that families affected by the 2-child limit are somehow avoiding responsibility and just knocking out kids is a case of being lazy and going for money. The facts simply do not support this claim. Around 59% of affected households are already in work. Nurses, teaching assistants, shop workers, cleaners, carers, I could go on. And in Portsmouth North, I meet parents finishing night shifts, juggling childcare, and parents in situations who, through tragedy, accidents, redundancy, relationship breakdowns, illness, or death of a partner, find themselves in situations they didn't start out on when planning their families. Many of whom work additional jobs and still skip meals so their children do not have to eat less, only to be told support stops because of an arbitrary rule. This, Madam Chair, is not fairness, it is hardship being locked in. As the Child Poverty Action Group and many others make it clear, child poverty damages health, education and long-term opportunities. They are not statistics. They are Portsmouth children with dreams, talents and futures worth, in my opinion, and this government's opinion, futures worth investing in. Removing the rape clause and ending the 2-child limit says something powerful, that dignity matters, that work should be respected, and that no child should be punished for the circumstances or the place in their family they are born into. And as the opposition mentioned the economic impact of this policy, I want to just look at the economic picture. Inflation is falling, and the Bank of England expects inflation to get to the target quicker than expected. 6 interest rates and cuts since the election, the fastest rate of cuts in 17 years, taking an average of 14,000 off new mortgages, and all without austerity and making the most vulnerable in our society pay. In Portsmouth, this has seen a reduction of £1,750 on the average mortgage, and can also provide 62 million for local services, roads, libraries, reviving high streets, and many other local services, including 15,711 young people to benefit from the youth investment. Cutting the national debt last week and showing the largest budget surplus for many months since records began, without austerity. Thanks to the choices we've made, and thanks to bills like this, the economic plan is a correct one, without having to put our country's and our city's, my city's children. And as my honourable friend from Salford noted, the cost of tackling poverty at source, rather than paying 10 times more to support children in poverty throughout their lives, is not just morally, but economically correct. Madam Chair, this is not just good social policy, it is the mark of a decent society, and one I am proud to stand up for. But Madam Chair, I would like to end by asking the Minister, in his summing up, to tell me more about the work that the Government will do on monitoring the impact of these changes, and how they will work across government in joined up, consistent way to improve outcomes for young people and families, such as the workers' rights, the renters' rights, breakfast clubs, free nursery, and the skills agenda for apprenticeships and trainee pathways, and the youth guarantee, to name a few.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's great to get a chance to speak in the committee stage of the two-child limit bill. Do you know, I'm just so pleased that this bill is actually progressing. I'm pleased that this has happened. This is something that I feel like we've stood on these benches and argued about for so many years. It finally seems like it's going to be real. I was given into trouble by a government minister for not welcoming the bill. I have welcomed the bill at every opportunity. I am very pleased that the two-child limit is being removed. In fact, I had my own bill in order to remove the two-child limit, so I could hardly do anything but welcome this bill. I'm standing up today to talk about the amendments that have been put forward in relation to the 3 new clauses that have been put forward. We support all 3 of the new clauses that have been put forward. So the new clauses cover looking at the benefit cap, and I agree with the points that have been put forward about that. I particularly enjoyed the speech by the Honourable Member from Portsmouth just now. I thought it was really spot on in talking about the impacts of poverty, on the life chances of children forever as they grow. And I think that not just the two-child limit has caused this. The two-child limit is one of the elements that has increased and exacerbated child poverty, but the benefit cap has also increased and exacerbated child poverty. If you look at the families that are covered by the two-child limit, 40% of them have got a disabled family member in the household, whether it's one of the children or one of the parents that is a disabled family member. If you look at the benefit cap, it's overwhelmingly people with disabled members in their families that are hit by the benefit cap. If we're saying that personal independence payment, for example, is recognising the additional costs of disability, if we're saying that the additional payments that are being made through the universal credit system, whether that is the child element, whether that is the limited capability for work element, if we're saying that they are an additionality because of the complex circumstances that you're facing that are contributing to your poverty or your inability to work more hours or your illness and your ill health, if we're saying that these are additional payments that are being made in order to recognise those additional costs, why then are we putting a cap on it? Why then are we saying, actually, we believe that that children cost more money and that people in universal credit deserve more money, depending on how many children they have, because children shouldn't go hungry, which I believe is what the government is saying here. But then we're capping it and saying, well, children shouldn't go hungry apart from those children whose, when you hit the benefit cap, children shouldn't go hungry and families shouldn't go hungry apart from if you've got a set of complex circumstances that mean that you can't take on additional hours because you've got complex health needs and a requirement for a house that's adapted and therefore costs more in terms of rent, for example. why are we saying that these additionalities are reasonable, but they're only reasonable for some people and for some families? So I think that the government needs to look again at the issue of the benefit cap. That's specifically in terms of new clause 1. There's a number of other things that the government needs to look again at that are covered by some of the other new clauses. The government has made welcome moves in terms of clawbacks and repayments from universal credit payments. It has reduced the percentage that people can pay back in terms of those clawbacks. However, it has not taken any steps to look at the affordability of clawbacks. It is just set at a percentage. It does not look at whether or not people can afford to pay back that money that they've previously been overpaid in universal credit, or they've had it as an advance, which means that some families are significantly disadvantaged because they may have more outgoings, because they live somewhere like Brighton where rents are absolutely through the roof, where they live somewhere like the north of Scotland where heating costs a fortune because it's freezing more often than it is freezing down here. You know, where you've got these additional issues, they're not looking, none of the repayment schemes look at whether or not people can afford them. And I would urge the government also to have a look at whether or not this is contributing to child poverty. The honourable member for the opposition, when she stood up and spoke, said something along the lines of, you don't solve poverty by ensuring that people have money. I mean, you literally do. You literally do solve poverty by ensuring that people have enough money. That is the solution. That's the cure for poverty, is to have enough money to be able to pay for the heating that you need to pay for, to be able to pay for the food that your children need, to be able to buy a pair of shoes when your child needs a pair of shoes. And it's incredible how fast they grow, by the way. I think my son went through about 5 sizes in the space of a year and a half. And you just can't keep children in shoes that quick. You can't even get to the shops that quick to ensure that you're getting the right sizes. Children grow really quickly and they cost an awful lot of money. And therefore, it's really important that we ensure that the child poverty measures that the government is taking are monitored correctly, to ensure that they do make all of the differences that the government is proposing, to ensure that we can see whether the difference that's being made is enough of a difference, whether it's having that change and that effect on the outcomes that we want to see. The government put forward a child poverty strategy which I felt was deeply unambitious. It mostly laid out things that the government had already announced, other than the 2-child limit stuff. It mostly was stuff that had already been announced. It almost entirely was only England, or England and Wales, and didn't apply in Scotland, other than the universal credit stuff. The childcare stuff, for example, the free school meal stuff that was talked about, none of that stuff actually applies in Scotland. The school uniform stuff doesn't apply in Scotland. So I felt that it was deeply unambitious. But I still feel like we don't have enough information about the monitoring. So the 3 new clauses today that ask for additional monitoring on the reduction of child poverty are incredibly important, because we don't have enough information yet. The government's not going to produce its baseline monitoring and evaluation report on child poverty, on the child poverty strategy, until summer 2026. We don't have enough information about how the government is going to measure this. And I would love it if we could have governments that were absolutely upfront and honest about which measures are working and which measures are not working. Consistently, we've had governments who put forward legislation, who create primary or secondary legislation and fail to do post-implementation reviews of that legislation. So they fail to tell us whether or not the legislation had the intended consequence. Did it make 30 grand? Did it make 30 million? That's what the government maybe told us it was going to make, but then the post-implementation review doesn't happen, so we do not see whether or not that legislation was effective. I think in terms of the new clauses that have been asked for here, being really clear about the difference that is made. How many children's lives are improved by the removal of the 2-child limit? How many children's lives would be improved, more children's lives would be improved by the removal of the benefit cap? How much of an effect does that have on school readiness, for example? If you look at the information that is provided in the some of the background information to the child poverty strategy, they've looked at a number of studies looking at school readiness and whether giving people additional money and an income boost assists in children being school ready. And in fact, a number of studies have found that it does assist in children being school ready. Now, maybe there's not been a specific study looking on whether or not the two-child limit has impacted school readiness, but we know that giving families extra money means that children are more likely to be school ready.